Thanks for being here. If you're here, we're gonna do the Reverie Roundtable. Just a second. But shout out to anyone of our friends who might be around. Um, okay. Uh, all right. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Hello, friends.
Hello, evening. Happy Labor Day.
Happy Labor Day. Uh, whatever that means.
I don't even know why we celebrate it up in Canada. Like from what I understand of the holiday, it's largely whatever based off of the labor movement in the United States, and I don't know why in Canada we celebrate it.
Yeah, because freedom.
Because freedom. Um, that's I don't know. I guess that's an interesting question. Um, I don't know.
Although,
Go ahead.
well, a little bit of a joke, but we spell Labor Day with a U. That's the most important part.
Oh,
My
here
God.
we go.
Oh, never mind. You've corrupted it. Now it's no fun.
Just like we
no
spell
fun.
honors with a U.
Oh God.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
don't
when
know
you
about that
think
one.
you can be friends with a Canadian. They prove and they are moral enemies.
We all have our flaws, Prime.
I mean, their English is a war crime itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I mean, I'm actually curious of how linked our labor struggles might be. I imagine there's a linked history there across the border. Um, like like I would when you tell me that, right? That makes me think of May Day, right? May 1st. Um,
I
uh,
have to look that up actually.
oh, okay. Well, the fact that you have to look it up says something too. But but and it actually does says a lot because May Day is like an international like protest labor struggle day. Um,
I'm
and
seeing
it
that.
was started in the United States, right? It was a movement that started here. Um, and it got under my is hold on, is May Day the day that got switched? Because basically I'm not sure if it was May Day or if it was another day, right? But May Day was becoming this big protest movement type thing, and then one of our presidents created Labor Day like afterwards, right? And I'm not I'm pretty sure this is the one that got switched, right?
Yeah.
And they did it specifically as to undermine the movement. And somehow that helped undermine the movement by like creating Labor Day rather than having May Day. I don't remember the story exactly.
Distract them with this new but it seems to based off a cursory reading of the Wikipedia page, it says International Workers Day, May Day, also known as Labor Day, and it's spelled with a U in the article, by the way.
Oh my God. Another enemy of the state. But yeah, one of our presidents ended up moving that day. And I think maybe it's because like it was internationally recognized at that point as May 1st, right? And maybe to break up the solidarity. Oh, we do have a Labor Day. It's in September, right? It's in September, and so you're not celebrating it there. So anyway, like on May Day internationally, there are like big protests, right? Big demonstrations that happen globally. Um,
Not
but
in Canada, as far as I can
and,
tell.
and and that's what I'm saying. It feels like this is linked, right? Because in the U.S. and I'm finding out in Canada as well, people don't know about May Day. We don't know about it. We don't talk about it. We don't celebrate. And people outside the U.S. and apparently Canada look in and are puzzled, right? Because they know the history of May Day, but we don't, right? And this is just part of like how labor has been consistently undermined here in the states. And the movement, the history is gone, so we don't actually know that history. And so yeah, I'm pretty sure May Day is the one I'm thinking of that got moved. I'm almost positive now.
Whether it's moved, but it seems to be like you're absolutely correct. I'm gonna post. There's an interesting whatever map color coded of like here's the rest of the world in red that celebrates May Day, and then the United States and Canada and Australia in green, no May Day, but Labor Day.
Yeah. So it seems like a coordinated effort. And Labor Day here, like honestly, it's like a day for sales, right? It's like
Yeah.
Martin, yeah, yeah. It's a day for mattress sales, more than anything else. We don't even with like this idea of Labor Day, we don't discuss like the importance of it, right? Like it's just a word. I remember growing up, I didn't know like labor, like I didn't understand labor as like a societal framework. I don't know if maybe this is the term I want to use here, but you understand what I mean, right? That labor means a very specific thing in this context, and that never was taught to me at all. We didn't discuss that, right? It was just a day off, right? From school or from like work or whatever. And today, like most Americans aren't really gonna engage with it, and that's the way they want it. That's the way the bosses want it. That's the way Lactoid wants it. Because it would be a problem otherwise.
That's
Yeah.
pretty much how it's been. Well, that's pretty much how I viewed it up until pretty much up until recently. I didn't know it was actually like associated with like the labor movement. Like for me, for the long time, well, especially when I was in university and whatever doing my bachelor's degree, it was like the Labor Day is like that's the sign of like university starting. It's like either your university either starts before Labor Day or
Mm.
after Labor Day, and like
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
it.
yeah. Um, Labor Day for us is like the end of summer, and then like on presidential years, like that's like the marker. People say that like uh the populace starts to pay attention to elections after Labor Day, right after Labor Day weekend. People start like getting it up in their minds because now like they're out of the summer mood. They realize fall is happening, and like we have only so much time until elections. People started looking around. Um, but again, that's not focused on labor, obviously, right? Which is interesting because that should those labor should be making demands on those
Mm.
politicians on the behalf of
You know, it's
well,
interesting you say that because the people that make the most demands on labor and talk about Labor Day the most are generally the people that don't actually do any labor and to act like 40 hours a week should be considered a full-time job. Like that's who's usually most
Wait,
excited.
are you saying you do labor?
I mean, I work. I put in like 80 hours a week normally. Like,
What is labor to you?
I got a white collar job now. You know, I haven't always had a white collar job, but when I had a blue collar job, I still was doing more than 40 hours a week. I'll tell you that, and I was happy to get those hours. I wasn't over here bitching, going, "My life's too hard. My anxiety stopped me from getting my second job. I need Labor Day to give me some brief respite from my misery."
I don't know who
And
you're impersonating,
I
but
just
what
don't
is
worry,
happening?
people have heard. Say these
well,
exact
okay.
words.
So like you're quite. So as long as someone's working 40 hours, like they're doing labor, like that's enough labor for you.
It's gotta be more than 40 hours but for me, but
Why does that be more than 40 hours?
yeah, 40 hours ain't enough.
According to whom? Just you?
According, I mean, according to anybody that actually had a real job before.
Oh, you said you've had a real job. You're
Yeah.
making that claim. How do I know that? What's a real job to you?
So I mean, any job's a real job. You put enough work into it, time.
Yeah. Okay.
You know.
um Okay, well, sure. But hold on, but if any job is a real job, then why are you complaining that some people who don't
Yeah.
work like
Exactly.
physical
Yeah, but they'd be
labor?
over here. They'd be working like 30 hours. Like, oh, I worked so hard this week. And I'm like, oh yeah, did you? What'd you do? I put 35 hours in my part-time job
This
this week.
seems like
Well,
exactly.
so like yeah, what's your cutoff? Like so if it's above 30, like that's fine. Like
No, it's gonna be like I don't know. Like we're talking, we gotta get some overtime hours in there, 60, 80 hours.
no,
That's
okay.
what he
Well,
wants from his workers, and except for the overtime part, he doesn't actually want to give that out.
I'll give them overtime if they want to work overtime. I'll give them overtime. Fuck yeah.
Uh,
I'd rather have someone wanting to work a bunch of hours than some little bitch than someone sitting at home
and
like,
so
I gotta work too many hours, Mr. Kid.
and so how do you view the people that work less than 40 hours? Like well, like what label are you
They
putting
get
on them?
fired.
I'm not talking about like whether they're employed by you, but like you're just like looking down on them.
Yeah, I look down on them. I do.
Why?
The peasants.
Well,
Listen,
can you
that's
elaborate
poor
on
people doing poor people shit. Don't do that.
well, like, can you be more specific than
I
that?
mean, I feel like that's pretty selfish. Listen, all right. In the words of Foghorn Leghorn, this is 2 weeks ago. I had to quote Foghorn Leghorn. Two half nothings is a whole nothing. They got a whole lot of nothing. Like that's what's going on right there. You putting in less than 40 hours a week. Sorry, I
Okay,
don't feel bad for
okay.
you.
So then, if someone's working like 45 hours per week, then they're entitled to something, right? Then they have cause to complain,
I mean, I
right?
guess I would probably say that's not enough even then. But that's what y'all like socialists over here want to hear.
Socialist like Lactoid, absolutely. He's on the same page.
Hold on real quick. Nobody's entitled to anything. But of course you
Never.
can complain if you want. It's like, who cares? Like, yeah, you have people who work like, 1 or 2 days a week and they're like, oh, I don't have enough money. Yeah, I think I know why. I think I know the
Yeah,
problem.
a famous emperor once said, your privilege is the dirt, and your birthright is the losses you're gonna take. I'm just saying, if these guys did it, maybe they know something.
Interesting quote.
Gibbs has it good. He's got it right. Yeah.
I like that quote. That's actually a pretty good quote. I like that actually. But Doobie's in here. I want Doobie to actually join in as soon as he's ready, because I'm actually really curious as to his thoughts on this as well. Specifically, actually. But like, I think that we just kind of stumbled on the history of Labor Day, but like, that's important, right? Like, how labor is viewed in this country, right? It's important. And I think it's shifting. In my view, a positive sense, but I imagine differently here, right? I think it's interesting what Admiral Gibbs like just did, right? This whole thing, this is the invitation thing that he just did, right? Like, I imagine that like, that would give like a good laugh in conservative circles, that this kind of like view of labor and those of the workers, really, is at least common, and certain sections of conservatism, right? Because so many of conservatives are working class people for some fucking reason, right? And I don't think they would have found that very entertaining at all. But under a certain cohort, like, they love that, right? Like, yeah, sure, that's how they all act. That's what they sound like. That's a funny thing among us, the bosses, right? Which is why I want to get Doobie's opinion on these things. So first of all, before we do that, thanks all for being here. Thanks Gibbs, Corey, Doobie, Ghosty, and Lactoid for being around. I really do appreciate you all. We'll have some others join as well, but it might be a while. But this is the perfect topic to get started off with. So, like, so for our friend Doobie, right? Because you just jumped in. We were like talking about Labor Day, right? And I was just finding out from our friend Corey that Labor Day is also today is also Labor Day in Canada, right? Which I thought was interesting. And I was thinking, because it might be because the labor movements are linked. But actually, when I'm the more I'm hearing about this from him, like, I think it's the history of capital is linked between these two nations. Because Labor Day is like a way to sabotage, right? The U.S. Labor Day is a way to sabotage international Labor Day, which, as many Americans don't know, is May 1st, right? May Day. That is the day that the rest of the world celebrates. Corey put a graphic in chat that tells us this. One of our presidents, I don't remember which one it was, moved the day there, right? From May 1st to, well, today. And the point was to break up this idea of international solidarity. That's the story that I've heard on this. And we were talking about how labor movements, at least here in the States, we don't like know the history of that. That, like, even as a child growing up, like, I heard the day Labor Day, but like, it literally meant nothing to me, like, literally nothing to me. And I didn't think about it, certainly any sort of class dynamics, some sort of social framework, or power dynamics, certainly not, right? And I don't think any of my friends did, right? I think most people just don't really engage with it, even if, like, by the time they're old enough, they're like, they know it's connected to workers somehow. I don't know.
Well,
if they
Eisenhower
know.
did it. Eisenhower put it
Was
on
it
the date.
Eisen? That makes sense.
Yeah, because of the communism during World War II, there was like a murder, like, and then they declared it Law Day, and then they changed it into like there were like anti-work protests during the Eisenhower administration. He changed it to September and made May 1st Law
That
Day.
makes sense. That makes sense. But anyway, yeah. So anyway, so I'm bringing it to you, Doobie. First of all, are you there? Hopefully, I didn't say all this to like an
Yeah, I'm here.
empty chair. Okay.
His
An
show's over there.
empty lily pad.
Yeah, empty lily pad. So anyway, like as a boss, like what do you think? I'll start here. What do you think of Labor Day in general? Just like I'll get your general thoughts.
I think it's good. I
Okay.
think that I think the holiday is good. I think it's good to have holidays and good to give people breaks. Not just in like shortening the work week by week by a day, but like breaking the monotony. I guess the same thing over and over again, the same schedule over and over again. I think just having little breaks in that line is helpful to people. Whether it's for a holiday or it's just like some kind of into play appreciation day or something, right? Like it's a little fucking pizza party or some shit. All these things I think are good to improve like morale, keep people feeling like they're human beings and not just like fucking mindless worker drones that are gonna crash out and die when they're 50.
um, but it's interesting that's like your response to that because that seems, and then like your answer, like almost directly says that like this day is kind of interchangeable with any other day. That like breaks
I
up
don't
the.
think the actual meaning for any of the holidays actually matters. I think all of that's kind of to most people. I think, well, I say most people. To a lot of people, it doesn't. Doesn't matter that you're taking days off for fucking Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever, right?
Mm,
Name the random ass federal holiday, right?
yeah.
Most people with President's Day, they're not sitting at home thinking about the presidents. Okay, the Memorial Day, they're not sitting at home thinking about the veterans. They don't give a fuck, right? They're
I'm
using the
definitely not
day
thinking about the
to get
president.
shit done they couldn't get done on the work days. Like it's that. It's so it doesn't really matter.
Uh, Side note: President's Day is bullshit, right? We came up with President's Day because there's a bunch of presidents had their birthdays like around the same time, and they just like consolidated them to President's Day because it was too many days off for work from work. So that's why they did that. So you only get one day when before we got multiple days. So that's bullshit. But so but. And I actually want to get lactoids. I definitely want to get lactoids for you on all this as well.
Oh, we first need a leg check first.
Oh, yeah. Are you? What's going on, buddy?
It's getting better day by day. I'm scabbing, which is good. And it's been leaking pus ever since. So we got probably 1 or 2 more weeks, and then I think we'll be in good shape.
You know the solution for that is more dirt.
No,
Uh,
please don't.
Doobie, you haven't been
Sort
here in a
enough.
while, so I'm not sure if you knew that. Yeah, our friend Lactoid took a spill, unfortunately. Maybe you didn't know that.
No, I actually haven't spoken to Lactoid in a long time,
Oh, okay.
unfortunately.
Yeah,
I'm
but
glad you're feeling
I'm
good.
alive though. I'm alive.
He bought a motorcycle. A poor decision.
Why would you do that?
Yeah,
And then I entered a construction area. Another poor decision.
Yeah,
I would never get on a motorcycle, fucking ever.
yeah.
You're crazy.
And the
You
impact.
just don't live that rock and roll lifestyle that I do. dude.
Unironic
That's the
white people
problem.
shit. Okay.
Rocket, can you
I have seen black
and
people on motorcycles.
show us that rock and roll lifestyle, taking a walk? Strut around with that rock and roll lifestyle. I just want to see what it looks like.
Give him the old Ric Flair. You gotta give him the old Ric Flair.
Yeah.
What's more rock and roll than a limp? Come on, right? It's
Okay. The impact of the ground didn't like make him smarter, right? Like somehow, I don't know. But anyway, of course we're happy that our friend Lactoid is still here with us. But yeah, no, I want his opinion later on. But yeah, Doobie. So in terms of like, well, let me ask you this before I get there. Your thoughts on like Labor Day? Like, did you ever like know the meaning of it? Like, did you ever think about it? Or yeah.
I don't think I've ever looked into it specifically.
Mhm.
I figured it was like to celebrate something about labor, probably the formation of the 40-hour work week or something. Some shit like that. I have no idea. I never bothered to look into it because I don't care. I think most people don't care.
Yeah, I think so too. What I was saying previously to our friend Corey is that you know, internationally, like May Day, May 1st, is a big fucking day. Like, and I've seen it for years on certain channels, not on like MSNBC. You won't find this there. But in more leftist spaces, they'll cover what the things that happen on May Day internationally. Big day. You got
Cinco de Mayo. You
what'd you
get
say?
drunk on May Day. You
Like
get drunk on May 1st, yeah. No, wait, no, that's
no,
the
that's
first.
May
Never mind.
5th.
Yeah, never mind. I
wait,
had no idea.
wait a
It's not
minute.
even special for that,
Yeah.
that reason then.
Wait,
It's
wait, wait,
literally
wait,
fucking nothing.
wait. Hold on. You're
Cinco
fucking
de Mayo.
Mexican. You're fucking Mexican. How did you not know?
I'm not Mexican. Okay, I'm not Mexican. I'm just brown. Okay, fuck you.
I was ready. He's fake Mexican.
You must know some
I heard you
Spanish.
say first,
How
and
did you?
I heard fifth for some reason. Okay, don't ask questions. I think for some reason May Day would be important to anybody, or May 1st would be important to anybody, and I can't think of a single reason. Like, why would I care about this?
I'm sorry. Like, I know you have relatives that speak Spanish. It's a good thing none of them watch this show. Okay. I'm sorry. We're going to move past this. We're going to move past. All right. So, May 1st, right? Was it Cinco de Primera or something? I don't know what's first in Spanish. I would ask Doobie, but he doesn't know either. But
You just said 5th of the 1st.
Yeah, that's what
no,
I
I
was.
said I was a bit first.
One
Yeah, I was,
one was an O.
So,
Basically, all Spanish letters. Spanish letters.
Prima de Mayo.
Primera de Mayo, would that be first?
Primero del Mayo, yeah.
De Mayo. Yeah, there you go. See, I
This
was
is 1-0 de Mayo.
Yeah, it's real great.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, this has already been fun. Already been highly
I
entertaining
think
for me.
the 1st of the 5th will forever be a holiday now. I'm just not sure when it would be.
we're working on it.
Both days to be safe.
So Ika, and just to catch up quickly, we're talking about Labor Day, and how, or specifically and on purpose, how the U.S. Labor Day, and apparently, as I'm finding out, also Canada and also Australia and also Japan, their Labor Day is disjointed from the International May Day, which be Primero de Mayo, right?
I see.
Yeah, May Day, yeah. So, fuck, what was the question I was gonna ask before? If he made me laugh.
I don't know, but did you see how JD Vance spent his Labor Day?
Is it?
No.
Do you know why?
He actually
people care
went
about May
to an
1st?
auto
Is
plant
that it?
with striking UAW workers and tried to say hello to them. Like he
Iko,
was on
you're
their
muted
side.
in Discord.
Oh, fuck, that's why his thing was off. Yeah.
Sorry.
There we go.
So he went to JD Vance went to like an auto plant where there were some striking workers, so that he could like shake hands with like union members, like he was one of them, right? And Marcy Kaptur was there. She's in Congress, and she said, "Oh, is this your first time here? First time ever to visit an auto plant in Ohio, where you are a senator?" And he actually said, "Yes, it's my first time."
Mm.
If it's honest, then
Yeah. He was on. Yeah.
Because he works for the bosses, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, so back to Doobie. And I'm like one other people's opinions, right? Because I'm like curious as to like their thoughts on labor in general as a concept, and as a day, right? To be to action. Oh yeah, so like what I was saying is May Day, right? On May 1st, internationally, there's like huge protests, movement strikes, like demonstrations that happen all around the world globally. And if you go to those other countries, they know the history of May Day. They know it started in America, right? It started as a part of the labor movement here in the States, right? And then they're always shocked that Americans have no idea, have zero idea about that history, right? But they know it very well. And so like
It's the day to get cheap mattresses, right?
Yes, the day to get cheap mattresses. I was saying this before, exactly, right?
Even bought something on sale. I know that.
Yeah. So it seems like this history was stolen from us. So Doobie, would you be in favor, right, as a boss, right, of a mid-sized business? I think is yours counts, right, as a mid-sized business. Like, would you prefer if American students were taught the history of labor? Like, what would your thoughts be on that?
What do you mean by that?
Is
Like,
it
what is
unfair?
that? What is that like? The meaning, like the
of,
history
of the labor
fucking
movement,
yard
of the
work? Like, what
American
do you
labor
mean
movement?
labor? Yeah, but like, which part of it? Like, what do you mean?
All parts, as many parts as we can get in. I mean, there's a long history. I mean, I guess if your point is that there's a huge amount of history, I would agree. Yes, there's a lot to learn
I think
there.
my point is that when you, I guess maybe because I'm American, I associate the word labor with like socialism and shit,
Hmm.
right? Like socialist or communist movements popping up and attaching themselves to the workers, quote unquote. So I feel like we already kind of do that. I feel like if we had like specific things dedicated to labor, quote unquote, or lessons dedicated to labor, quote unquote, and learning about that, this might just be a way that people indoctrinate people into these ideologies, and I'd like to avoid that.
Well, that's not my goal with the hypothetical I was putting forth, but it's a positive goal, which I would indeed support. But
I think I'd be in favor of it if it were like, and again, this is why you need like tell me what you mean by labor or
Sure.
the Labor Party, because when I hear that word, I just think socialists, communists, etc. Right? So I
so
think of those movements.
sure, okay.
Well, have
Right.
no fear. Boss's Day is October 16th. It's coming up. All right.
Is that a day I didn't know?
Yeah, I really
All
hate
right.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. We teach that one in the schools. How's that?
But yeah, so all right, let me try to be a bit more specific, right? The history of well, unions in general, of labor strikes, of organizing, right? That's the thing that was done and like revolutionized here in the States, right? We were trailblazers at some point in time here when it came to workers' rights, right? And limiting to that, right? Doesn't have to say necessarily that, workers need to own the means of production, so they won't be coming for you,
I think that's
right?
fine. As long as they're not, you don't get to the point where they're like encouraging people to go out and protest for shit. Like that they prefer due to their like political ideologies or whatever. If you're just learning about the formation of unions, how unions work today, how they work historically. You're learning about like union busting, like, and about what that is and how that works. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
They already
All
teach
right.
that. That's like high school
Yeah,
history.
yeah. I think they already teach that though.
But
Yeah,
they
it's like you
don't.
have to
I
take
think
that.
that
You
I
have to,
think
yeah, that's every U.S. history class had that.
no,
like
it's
a whole,
not. It's not. It's
yes,
not.
I
Don't
mean,
say
at least.
that. It's
I wasn't
absolutely
taught
not.
about Labor Day.
Yeah.
Well, you also not U.S. to be fair. I mean, but like we
But
learned
I
that like in middle
celebrate the
school and
holiday.
high school. Like that
That's
was normal history, not even like AP
it,
history.
no. It's great that if your high school did that, that's fantastic. And I mean, I can't argue if you're
So it was
telling
like
me
a
your high
whole
school.
section of those like thick ass history books that were like the primers you'd read. It was like union busting under Teddy Roosevelt.
And
Look,
it's
Tammany
you
Hall,
learn about the
like
Pinkertons and shit.
yeah, like that was a thing. You like,
yeah,
and
but
like I know it wasn't just Texas because Texas like they make the books for Texas and it goes out to like a third of the U.S. So like this is like a standard history book.
but
At least a third of the U.S. was reading. Like
so your sound is a little fucked up.
oh,
And you sound like you're mumbling or something. I don't know. Like
am I bubbling? I don't know.
like a lips or something. I
I
don't know. You
guess.
sound a little off. But we can understand you. We can understand what you're saying. You just sound a little different. But so like
You should switch to the Discord audio like I do.
so it seems to me that like yes, you can find them in history classes, but okay, here's how my classes worked in general, right? Not just history. Is that we had a syllabus, right? And the syllabus doesn't perfectly match the textbook, right? Like the textbook is like everything that we could be learning, right? Because that'll be the material that we're using. But it's not that everything that we do learn because we have a limited amount of time, and we're teaching towards a test. When I was growing up, we were doing a lot of standardized testing, so like plenty of things got cut out. Right? I was the type of person who actually looked into other parts of like the history textbooks. I would sit there and like read it myself. But like in terms of instruction, we, at least in where I was, we never got that level of instruction. We heard a little bit about like the union strikes and union break or sorry, but we didn't talk about like the Triangle Factory, right? Like the Triangle Fire that happened. Was that
Is that the was it the
Triangle Shirtwaist
textile-
Fire.
yeah? Sorry,
The,
What'd
the,
you say,
tech- the
Doobie?
textile company that where they like locked the or chained the doors shut.
Yeah, basically, and then like 100 or so women died.
Yeah, I remember that.
It was awful.
Yeah, so I feel
burned to death.
I feel like it is. I mean, at least here in California, it was taught. I imagine there are many places in the country where these things aren't taught. But I think it's fine to. Obviously, I think it's beneficial to learn about those things. I think my fear is just that I wouldn't even call it a fear. I think that it's fun for people to learn about like different ideologies and even to be like for a class to try to convince you into an ideology, into multiple ideologies as the class goes on, right? Try to like encourage you to see things from that perspective and fully understand the ideology. I just worry that because it sounds like we're talking about like elementary school, middle school, high school, I'd worry about this being used as like a vector to like push ideology on kids. But if it's not that, then I think it's totally fine.
Yeah. I think again, and then I'm gonna like kick it to like Lactoid and here go where everyone else their thoughts on this. I think that what's manifest as to why this, even if people know about like the pen, what are they called again? The strike breakers, Penda apostrophe. You said it before. The
Pinkertons.
Pinkertons. Thank you. Pinkertons, right? Even if people are familiar with that word, and they're still around. Pinkertons was actually an organization.
I think Gibbs is a Pinkerton agent, if I'm not mistaken.
I wouldn't be surprised actually.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. That would make sense, complete sense. But yeah, even if people know those words, they aren't connected, like manifestly within our politics. The people aren't connected to the labor movement. They don't know the history. Like we're talking about it now. We don't know that. A lot of people don't know that May Day is a thing, right? That like America started that. They don't know the they don't know like what unions did do, what they could do, what organizing could look like, right? Even if they don't support it or not, right? That's one thing if you actually support a labor union. But they don't know even like the power of labor unions. Of course not, because like this history is not being very well taught. I think people walk out of school knowing that a unions exist. Yeah, sure. But like, have they actually really engaged with that history in the way that we do in other parts of it? Right? I would say no. I would say like the fact that no one has any, at least the people we've been talking to here, like didn't engage with what Labor Day actually even means, right? I think that's evidence of itself.
That's fake news. Hold on. You said that, and you didn't even know the history and the lore. I was the one who knew that Einstein's the one who made Eisenhower's the one. Yeah, Einstein was Einstein. No, I was the one who knew it was Eisenhower.
And
I knew
he
the communist
Cinco
and
de
the
Primera,
murder.
right?
And you didn't know that, and so you're sitting here saying we didn't learn. We
Principle
learned
of
all
the
this in high
conservation of
school.
labor.
And then just while we were sitting here talking, I just Googled what the Texas high school history books up and the U.S. history, and they have massive sections in the books on this right here on the progressive era context module, and they go over who's the major people in the progressive era with Teddy Roosevelt and all the other people. Like I didn't
That
even
doesn't
just listen,
contravene
like, Taft. Like it
But-
covers
but-
all.
but
This.
friend,
So everything
that
you're
doesn't-
saying is just a
but friend,
lie.
hold on, but
Like
friend,
what are you sitting here
what
saying?
you
Like
said
we
just
don't
doesn't
know.
contravene what I said, right? Because I said
You said we
hey,
don't know the yeah, it's exactly the
Yeah,
country.
but
You're
yeah,
saying we don't know the
I
the
think
context.
most people actually don't, and I don't know all of myself either, right? I'm a victim of this myself. That's what I'm saying, right? But beyond that, what I'm saying is that even if you have it within a textbook, like what they decide to teach isn't itself a political decision, right? What does your local school board say? This is, you're allowed to focus on this, right? What's on the standardized testing? On your standardized testing, is it asking you about the labor movements of the past, right?
Yeah,
Is that a
absolutely.
focus? Okay. Oh, again, I don't know what what you had, but that never came up in my standardized testing. That absolutely never came up. It was never a focus in my learning. So I can't. But again, I can't speak to what happened in Gibbs'
Where were
past,
you?
right?
Where were you
But-
living? I mean, I like it happened in my past, and it's currently happening at least in Texas's past. It looks like it's happening nationwide based
No,
off
no,
the
no, no,
nationwide.
just
No, you're
history
going
books
by
I'm
just,
reading.
you're extrapolating. Yeah, you do realize, okay, this happens at university. I can hold up my biochemistry textbook that has 50 chapters. That doesn't mean in Biochem 1 that you cover all 50 chapters. I don't know if you're aware of that. Of like
Yeah,
what's
but
in the
whenever they
curriculum,
have
what's
like
taught.
whole modules and attach that, where it's showing module on module, like when I look this up and I just pull it up, like I can literally here, I'll just drop a module in here, like just so you can see.
You can
This is the
skip
stuff that this is
the
the stuff they're
module.
uploading for the. Oh my god, this is
No, but that's
COVID.
what they do. I'm saying like that's what that happened all the time. Not just the labor movement. That happened all the time for all kinds of things. Not just in history and mathematics, right? You'd have a big math book, but we wouldn't go cover to cover on the math book, right? The teacher would have a syllabus. These are the areas they're going to hit, right? And then nothing else. That's like what all classes do. Aiko, we have a teacher here, right? Am I incorrect in my summarization of how this works?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things you have to ask is what are the texts? We have something called text, TEKS in Texas. And these are the areas that are in the textbook that have to get taught because the STAR test, which is our standardized test, will ask those questions. So, I haven't taught AP Lit in a long time, but at some point you would have actually that would be a difference because that would be AP standards that would teach that. We taught the progressive era pretty strongly, but that was a national standard, not a Texas standard. The Texas standard would be called text, TEKS. I can if you want look up the text standards for history in Texas and see how much of that is progressive.
Well, that actually proves my point right there. What Aiko said, he says they taught it pretty heavily because it's a national standard.
It's a national standard, yeah.
So yeah, that seems like the Americans are getting their full dosing of the labor movement history. It seems like Prime is just having selective memory on
No,
history
I'm not having
class.
selective memory here. And again,
Well, you
I
would
don't-
have had to have taken AP history in order for that. A push. Did you take A push?
I think
Yeah.
I took the STAR. Well, at least in high school, I took STAR classes,
Right.
which is not AP, but or actually no, did I take AP history? Actually, I might have. One of my classes is AP history.
A push is
either,
AP US history.
either AP World History or maybe AP US History. Actually, I don't remember.
So AP
but
US history would have
but-
had to have had a section on progressivism.
Yeah, I don't know. One of the. I took a STAR class, and then do you know what I mean by a STAR class? Do you have any idea what
Well, we have something called STAR here in Texas, but it may be different from what New York has.
So, do I go up in New York? Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Any other
Who
state.
knows? But okay. But STAR class is basically an advanced class, but it's not AP. And like maybe like some sort of accelerated learning class. I'm not sure what the exact definition is, but it wasn't regular.
Like an
And
honors
then-
class or something.
Yeah, I guess. And then I took also one AP class. I did take one AP test. I don't remember what it was, and I'm pretty sure I failed it. But like, I'm pretty sure, I'm almost certain it was a history course that was AP. But in any case, right? But again, this doesn't. My larger point is that people don't have a connection, don't feel a connection to labor. They don't feel a connection to the movement.
That's true.
And that this is a sense of history that they're a part of, right? That their parents were a part of, right? And we're just literally a generation removed from like unions being, well, not a generation, but like 40 years or something removed from like unions being like a powerful force in American culture, right? But yet people don't know what unions are. You can there are polls on this. Like they don't know what unions provide, right? It's not like they've looked at these things and like, okay, well, this isn't for me, right? That's one thing. It's they're not understanding like what exactly are, what exactly they provide, and how that would integrate within their own work force, right? Which is why when unions do come into a place of business, right? They have to educate people on these things, right? So you guys can tell me, hey, well, this is some sort of national standard, but like whatever it is, it's a poorly met national standard where people actually aren't engaging with these things. So I don't know. So I'll leave that there. But hold on, before then, I'm gonna go to Lactoid. Lactoid, hi,
How you doing?
hey friend. Um, as a person who works for the bosses, and supports capital,
That's what all workers do, right? All workers work for the bosses.
yeah, well, I mean, you support the bosses, you support capital and things that would benefit capital, and you actively work against at
I
least some of
celebrated
the
Bosses Day, is what you're trying to get at.
you celebrate
Yeah.
bosses day, right? And you protect corporations even uh, within like your work environment, you protect corporations from the consequences of their actions. So as a person, a libertarian, uh, who is skeptical of like the labor movement in general, like would you be for a let's say a deeper discourse, right? In schools about the labor movement.
Um, I don't know. Just because the question is for what purpose, right? You only have so many hours in the day to teach kids things, and there's probably other things that I prioritize over that. Um, I looked into it. America. I read the Wikipedia, so now I know everything I need to know about this. The history of Labor Day in America really does have its roots in September. That actually was like when it the initial founders and like the initial thing got started. It was in September, so that's the most American date for a Labor Day. However, there were a few near do wells who were proposing it be May 1st, and there was a movement against it because of a fear of socialists and anarchists. And so instead, those that was replaced with May 1st was replaced with Loyalty and Law Day. I don't know if you guys know this. Have any of you celebrated Loyalty Day? May 1st, Loyalty Day. It's a real thing in the United States. It's where we celebrate loyalty to America. And then there's Law Day, in which we celebrate rule of law. I thought that was hilarious when I first read that today because I've never fucking celebrated Loyalty Day and I never fucking celebrated Law Day. This is not a thing. This is crazy. I was also being a little bit silly when I said like I celebrate Bosses Day. I've seen some people do that, and like I'll go along with it, but like it is pretty like on the nose. It does feel a little bit like what Prime would say bootlicky, a little bit, right? I'm not a huge fan of it. So I don't know. Celebrate what you want. If you guys want to do that shit, do it. But there's other things I'd rather teach kids first than about what a bunch of like if we're going to teach them about labor unions, we also might as well teach them about blacksmithing, right? Because both are becoming quickly obsolete. Look at union membership, right? I mean, union memberships is like it's fallen to single digit. We're in the low single digit percentages when it was 20% in 1980s, right? I mean, unions aren't like yeah, they exist, but they are absolutely like a remnant of their prior self at this point. So sure, I mean, maybe like in an ancient history course, we could include that in there. I guess I don't know.
It's because the war and crime has been so
I
successful.
really like what you said about like ancient history. Actually, I really do enjoy it. I think it's useful because I actually was going to say something that of that as well because I think that's how we engage with labor, right? I'm looking at the syllabus our friend sent us, right? And labor unions comes up once here is 20 once in here analyze economic issues such as industrialization, the growth of railroads, the growth of labor unions, farm issues, cattle industry boom, the growth of entrepreneurship, and the pros and cons of big business. um i I think at least the way I have viewed it, and maybe other people have different experiences, right? Progressive era, oh my god. But the maybe other people have different experiences. But like I always looked up as unions as a thing in the past, right? Right? Like oh, we had a big union era, right? But that's the thing in the past. My parents weren't in a union, right? My parents didn't discuss unionizations. I think a lot of people's parents didn't really discuss that with them as well. Like it seems like a thing that you know it's like the civil rights era. I think a lot of people aren't connected to that moment of time, right? Like you look at that through the lens of footage, right? Black and white footage, and that's like signals a long time ago, rather than like an active struggle that persists today, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? That people don't integrate that like history at some point ends and then today begins. You understand what I mean by that?
I think you're just arguing to have it more in the current consciousness, right? This is part of what you want to teach kids. I understand. I just don't
No,
particularly
I hear you. I hear you.
as
I hear you.
much.
I hear, but
I also want to object something real quick. Aiko, the thing that you posted, why are those political parties listed but not libertarians as third parties? Why isn't that specifically mentioned?
Well, I didn't search for libertarians, but I certainly could, and to see if they're in there. But I'm just saying the reason why those parties are listed is because this is a section on the progressive era, and the reason it's called the progressive era is because progressives pretty much took over both parties for decades around the turn of the century.
well,
TR was a progressive, and Wilson was a progressive,
hold on.
but they were one
but
was a Republican, one was a Democrat.
But he doesn't have to worry, right? Because there's one line in here that says the student understands the effects of reform in third-party movements in the earlier 20th century. The student is expected to, oh, well, then it goes into the progressive stuff. But yeah, third parties.
See,
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is it. And so everyone understands, right? Because it's in the syllabus here, right? Or not, or whatever this is. I'm not exactly sure what, but like, because it's in the standards, right? Well, everyone understands that, right? Everyone understands like the role of third parties because it's in there, right? It's listed there, and so clearly Americans must know it.
It tracks.
Yeah.
no,
And
I just don't. No, I know this lesson plan was designed by leftists because look at which parties are specifically mentioned and which ones aren't.
this is Texas, isn't this Texas? No, this is the United States. Sorry, excuse me. This is the United States.
Also, I mean, even Texas.
This is Texas. This is Texas.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
The socialist Texas, right? That
Well, I mean,
in the school system. In the school system, yeah,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
mean, yeah,
Socialists
the
are
schools are definitely
overrepresented.
Keep in
all
mind,
school
this is the same. This is the same school board. The state Texas like Board of Education took who wanted to did take Jefferson out for Enlightenment thinkers is into the category of Enlightenment thinkers, and instead inserted Aquinas as an Enlightenment thinker.
this was
Jefferson, of course, being a secularist who wanted
this was
the
a school board. If I'm
separation of
correct,
church
if
and
I
state.
I don't remember this like exactly, so hopefully I'm not getting anything wrong. But wasn't this a school board, Texas school board? That there was that controversy over African slaves being like workers rather than like
You're
listed
thinking
as
of
workers.
Florida.
Was that Florida?
That was a
That might
textbook.
have been Florida.
That was a textbook, not a Board of
Yeah,
Education
but-
thing. But yes, there was a textbook that described them as like volunteers or unpaid workers or something like that.
But it was a fight in the school board as to whether it should be
Yeah.
included. If I remember
When
correctly.
was
Right.
this? When
Okay,
was
This was a few
Could
years
be,
ago.
yeah.
This was a few years ago. It wasn't recently. It was a few years ago. So yeah, I mean, like,
I'm sure they got rid of that quick. I mean, I don't think you got to be
Yes.
progressive to know to get rid of that pretty damn quickly once you find out.
Once it became a national like
Yeah.
trending topic,
Yeah,
then
it became a
it
big
did.
thing.
Yes.
yeah. Anyway, but I don't know if there's a lot of socialists on the Texas
Yeah.
School Board of
Hold on, I'm
Education.
gonna.
But I
I
don't
found
know.
an article for it already.
I promise you, they are disproportionately represented compared to the
Texas
number of
preferring
socialists
to-
in Texas.
I mean, technically, they were workers, right? They were people who did work.
Yeah. I mean, just like Lactoid, and Juby does work too, right? I mean, he does do
Right.
work, certainly, right? He's a worker.
Juby is by
Ah.
definition a capitalist, right? Like by Marxian definition, by anybody's definition, he is the owner of property, right?
Okay, right.
Productive property that he profits off of.
I
the-
apologize.
And the person that you
It was
beat,
Houston. This was Houston area ninth grader that complained about this.
Let's go. Let's ask around. So, like, Ghosty, your thoughts on Labor Day and your education. So, like, your thoughts on it, and like, what did you
Okay.
learn? Because maybe I'm an anomaly. Me and Corey, right?
No,
maybe
so
everyone else knows all
I
about it.
I agree with you. I don't really remember learning much about unions and stuff like that in school or the history of Labor Day. I know in elementary school, I specifically we had May Day where we took off and we did well, we didn't really take off, but it was like a fun day and we had like snacks and we did like races and it was basically a big competition between like all the students. Like there was all these obstacle courses and stuff. I guess nobody else had that. May 1st, May Day?
No.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, so that's how I always knew what May Day was, but I never knew like what it meant. Mostly my knowledge of unions comes from my dad working in a union as a construction worker his whole life and from like mafia movies. Pretty much that's like it. I don't really remember learning about it in school, but I never took any AP classes. So, I think it'd be good for people to know about unions, except I guess they are becoming less and less popular, but like I don't know if we'd be able to bring them back or
Well, they're
if
coming
it-
back. They are starting to
They're
come
coming
back. They have been
right now.
for the last
Yeah.
couple of years.
So if it
Thanks
is an
to the
option for
NLRB.
people, I think it would be good for, to be common knowledge for everybody because I think lots of people did like the unions and they do provide some benefits, I think.
I think it'd be
For
more
workers.
useful. I think it'd be more useful to so obviously I agree that people should learn about unions and the Pinkertons and all these things, right? But what I think that we actually don't spend enough time learning in school, or at least I didn't, was about workers' rights today,
Mm.
right? Modern day workers' rights, modern day the fucking citizens' rights, right? Like what can you and can't you do as a citizen and
All
as
of
a
that's-
where
yeah.
your employer duty or not duty, like all these things that I feel like we don't get enough of
Wage
that.
theft.
Yeah, we get I don't remember learning anything about that, right? So and you go to like most job sites, they'll have like they're required to have something posted up somewhere in the back corner somewhere. But it's just most people have no
Behind the
fucking idea
fridge,
what
right?
they have.
The break room fridge.
Technically, it's supposed to be in a easily visible place, or whatever. But yeah, it's usually in the back somewhere
Yeah.
or in some corner nobody ever goes to. So yeah, I think that would be beneficial, much more beneficial than learning about the history of the labor movement.
Well, hold on, but that's the thing. I don't think these things are separate, right? Like these things aren't separate. Like what was the labor movement doing? It was fighting these things, right? Like talking about wage theft, right? This isn't new to America, right? This is all part of a continuous movement. And that's what this is what I was saying to Lactoid, right? At some point, and this isn't just about like unions, right? But like at some point in people's minds, history ends. At that point, that was a history thing. That's a historical thing, right? Rather than what's happening today, right? There's a disconnect here. People don't realize, well, this is a continuation of that history. What's happening today, the wage stuff you're talking about, the workers' rights that you have, or the worker rights that they don't have, right? All that's part of the labor movement, whether you engage with like the topic of unions or not, right? Right?
Yeah, I
Davey?
agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most wage theft, by the way, quote unquote, is just bullshit. Just so we're clear.
Okay.
I mean,
Seriously, it is. The vast majority of it is like
people move more to like mixed or hybrid models of like employment, like in or out of the office or whatever. Like maybe 2 days in the office, rest out of the office, or 1 day of the week in the office in a lot of cases, or no days in the office. I feel like the majority of wage theft is on the part of the employee pretending to be working when they're logged in, but not actually
That's
doing
true.
shit.
That's true.
But
I'll give you that.
and I totally accept that, right? I get that this happens. My employees definitely do this. You can always catch it if you, because I usually require people to be on teams, right? To have their teams open. So if somebody needs you, they can message you about something. And there's always that one person who flashes away really quickly, then comes back. Flashes away really quickly, 10 minutes later, and comes back.
They move
I
the
know they're
mouse.
just sitting there, just moving the mouse, or moving it on the phone or something. I know it, right? But it's fine as long as they're getting the shit done. It's fine. Yeah, what do I care?
There's a I want to hear what Lactoid has to say, but like there's a device online where that like automatically moves the mouse. It keeps it moving continuously. That came out during the pandemic era, but that's good stuff. But yeah, Lactoid, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I mean, just so we're clear, like when we're talking about wage theft specifically, like when that's being referred to, they're referring to things like that. I would disagree should be laws anyway. So we can go right down right here. It's going to be like minimum wage violations. That's a lot of them, right? The second most cited one. People not getting paid minimum wage. They've agreed to some lesser amount. That's a violation. Overtime violation. They've worked a certain amount. They should be paid more according to the law, but then they're not. Off the clock violation. They're asked to work off the clock, or they do work off the clock.
Okay.
Meal break violation. They are working and they're not provided the meal breaks at a sufficient level or time. Worker was subjected to an illegal pay deduction. I would actually agree this is wage theft, in my opinion, which is only 4.7% of workers surveyed, so that have experienced it. So according to this one survey I'm looking at. So I mean that's a problem. We can punish that, but compare that to 25% of the minimum wage violation, 58% with the meal break violation. One other 1.6 tips being stolen. I think that's a problem too.
So sorry, hold on. So I didn't understand your point at first. What you're saying here is that you disagree that other stuff is wage theft.
Yeah, the only two categories of things that I think is actually theft would be worker being subjected to pay deductions that they didn't agree to, and tips being stolen by an employer or supervisor, both of which are the lowest percentages of all the quote unquote claimed, and they're the only single digit percentages too, of what's claimed to be wage theft. The rest of it's things that workers agreed to do, but technically it's illegal for them to agree to do it.
They agreed to do it. Oh, okay. The boss, Doobie, right? Sorry, I'm just going to use your example, friend. Sorry, man. The boss, Doobie, who controls my livelihood, right? My ability to pay for food, right? And to keep my kids clothed. Like he asked me, hey, I need someone to work over the weekend. I need someone to do these things. And yes, it's not part of your contract. But someone we need team players here, right? Doobie comes to me. He talks about how we need team players within this organization, right? And that's the only type of people we want here. And so a team player would help out over the weekend. Right. And then it becomes
skip all meals.
And oh yeah, skip all meals too, right? Yeah. A team player would do that. And so I agree, being a team player, or understanding that the implication I might lose my job if I'm not a team player. Right. But Lactwood says, well, you agreed. You said yes, right? Right? You pressured the girl into sex and she said yes, and so she agreed. Like, it's all
that's
the
not
same.
the same. No, that's not the same. This is bad negotiating. This is bad negotiating your time. You know what you're saying? You're right. There is no I in team, but there is a me in team. So unless you're going to pay me more for all this, I'm not going to come in this weekend.
Yeah, either
because
they pay
I got to look out for
or
me
you
in this team.
or you get rewarded with like an extra vacation day or 2 extra vacation days.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah, you come to some
You gotta
arrangement.
negotiate.
Yeah. If you were in the position to do so, right? Especially if you're in a
They're asking you. You're in that position.
if you're one of
What's your
those
nuts
quote
hang low?
unquote
Come
disposable jobs. I think we talked about that last week.
No.
Disposable
See,
workers,
it's called
right?
you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
If you are in a position where you can be easily replaced, well, then we don't have to negotiate with you, do we? Right? Especially if you're only one negotiating here, and not with your other fellow workers behind you. So if you aren't a team player, especially
Bro, you got him by the balls. What are you going to replace somebody with your job that's already been trained for the week by the weekend?
They do it literally all the time.
No, you won't. No, you're wrong.
And there's some workers, employers who that's their model is to get rid of people. Amazon's model is that they get rid of people, right? Walmart's model is that they get rid of people. That's a churn that they have constantly. We're getting burnt out.
It's not their model. That's baked into the business.
Literally their model is to get rid of people.
That's why they keep so many people for so long as well, though. Like that's what you're missing. What's easier? You can't train somebody on a Saturday. They're gonna have to have somebody that knows what they're doing, even
or they'll ask someone else. I didn't say that you're the only worker there. If you are the only worker, if there's one worker and one employer, well then yes, you do have to for that. You have a strong bargaining position.
Negotiating power.
But there's one worker and then
there's
one employer and there's 20 workers, or there's 50 or 100 workers, right? And they're asking you to do a thing, and you say no, you don't want to do the thing. Well, you might keep your job that day, but now you're in a more precarious position. Like that happens literally all the time. If you don't understand that, it shows that you're a boss and not an employee. Sorry, Lacto, you
No, I
want to say
did both,
something?
but
Well,
even when I was lower, I still was like, okay, you want me to do that? Then I'm gonna need you to get sweet in the pot because I know that I would be much more convenient, and you're paying for convenience here. Like for me to come and do this, then have to get somebody that doesn't know what they're doing over the weekend. So make it worth my time. You have some power here, and they will reward you like accordingly. I've like never worked in any position where that's not been the case. Like maybe they don't do it every time, but you're like, hey, what we can do here? Like they can't fire you.
I'm
I mean, I'm glad it always works out. It's called being an adult. This is part of the normal adult-like process.
They literally
Yeah,
can
I mean, sure, they
in the
can.
United States,
There
they
could
can
be a
fire you
flying
for any
spaghetti monster
fucking
flying the
reason.
moon, but that's like not likely.
Wow. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to leave that alone for now. Sorry, Lacto. What you?
I think maybe the one of the reasons why like I have difficulty empathizing with this is that like I am a team player, right? Whenever I do jobs, right? So like just like a couple weeks ago, I had to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning to handle something for work, right? And I got up and I did it. Now I'm not part of that category of employees that they provide these protections to, right? Where you can't agree for some reason, like if you're a certain group of employees, you can't agree to work at those times. You can't eat through a break or quote unquote break. You can't eat through your work if like shit needs to get done right immediately. So like there's been plenty of times in which I don't have there's like a deadline and there's like something that just came up and I don't have time to take a break to go get food. I'll either eat while I'm trying to like get the shit done, or I'll just get the shit done, and then when it's over, then I'll go and eat food. I'll take a break and eat food. I just
But you bill for those hours, right?
So no, so first of all, just to be clear, when you're an associate attorney at a firm, you bill the hours, but you're not getting paid the hours that you bill, right? You're salaried. So you're getting paid biweekly.
Oh, you're salaried. Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Wage theft is literally impossible if you're salaried. You're trading.
Exactly. Wage theft is impossible when you're salaried, right? And
but
this is
because it's not a wage; it's a salary. This is just a wage and a salary. Like literally, the words. That's what they mean.
No. I get that. I get that, but like I fail to understand why with the wage,
you're a salary man.
Why it's wage theft to ask somebody to work at 1 o'clock in the morning. But it's not like, what is it, salary theft for me to work at 1? Well, no. And you're gonna say no because the reason is, well, you agreed to that arrangement
because you're paid by the month or the year or whatever it is.
Yeah, and yes, I did when I signed up for the job. I agreed that I was going to be paid in those kind of installments. So why can't a wage worker also agree to work at 1 o'clock in the morning?
I don't know.
He can, but he's got to be paid for it because he gets paid by the hour.
Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't get paid. Someone who gets a wage gets paid by the hour, and therefore.
So explain to me why is it required overtime for a wage worker, but not required overtime for a salary worker who might work more than that wage worker?
Well, because that's literally the agreement. If you sign up for a salaried job, it works the other way too. If you work fewer hours that week, you still get paid the same amount of money because you're on salary. You're getting paid by the week or by the month or whatever.
Right. I get that. What I'm saying is, let's say you're part of a job, a career. Let's just say in which you're never working less than 40 hours a week. Okay, it's just like every single week you're working more than 40 hours. Why is it okay for a salary man like myself to agree to that? Oh, it's a contract. We agree to that. But like a wage, even a high pay wage earner, right, let's say, why can they not agree to like, okay, overtime is not a thing, but you're going to get paid this solid wage per hour, and it's going to be a lot, right? Why can't they agree to that and just waive overtime? Why is that?
You're almost describing a salary.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not necessarily describing a salary. I'm not necessarily describing.
If they agree that they're going to work a certain amount, and it may be overtime, and whatever they do over is not going to be in addition to what they're getting paid, then that is a salary, even if you want to call it a wage.
No, I know. But let's say that they agree to get paid a certain amount per hour. Why can't they agree with the employer to waive overtime? Why can't they say we're going to ignore overtime? It's not a thing anymore here. Why can't they just agree to that? Since we already let salaried workers agree to work more than 40 hours or 50 hours or 60 hours and get paid a same amount. Why can't a wage worker agree to like, okay, we're not going to get paid the same amount every month, but we're going to get paid the same amount per hour, no matter how many hours I work.
But you're not getting it per hour because you're adding hours without adding money. So some of those hours are $0.
No.
Right,
If
you're
you're
working for free
salaried,
for some
if
of
you're
those hours.
salaried, if you're
He's talking
salaried,
about
it's
if you're
$0.
wage. So,
But if you're wage, you're getting paid per hour.
I know why. And this is related to something I was going to bring up, right? Because in France, right, the situation that you described is illegal. So Lactoid talked, and maybe I got the details wrong, so you can correct me, of course. He says that like he had worked a day, right? Was this on the weekend or was this on a weekday?
This was 1 o'clock on a 1 a.m. Saturday, so technically late Friday night.
Late Friday night. Okay, yeah, that still works. Yeah, so he worked a day, from his 9 to 5, right? And then much later, he gets contacted. Imagine someone contacted you, reached out to him, and said like, we need this thing to be done, right? That's illegal, in most cases in France. That like
Right
the
to disconnect.
Sorry.
I'll just say, well, sorry to interrupt, but like, yeah, there's a growing movement of a right to disconnect, as in after hours, like your boss or company cannot contact you.
Yeah. So, like they can only contact you within working hours, and only under like very specific circumstances can they contact you outside of that, right? Now, why? Like Lactoid, he's a team player. He said so. He's a team player. He would have loved if he was.
I'm a team player, yeah.
If he was living in France, right? He would love to get that email, right, at 1 a.m. It made him very happy to get that email to...
I was so pissed, just to be clear. I did the work, right, because I'm a team player, but it fucking sucked. I'm not going to lie.
Why not just turn off your device or whatnot, or your
Because they needed
notification?
me.
But you don't know that if you turn off your device.
Well, no. Come on. That's...
My boyfriend works salary too, and he's in like IT computer security stuff, and this happens to him all the time. He'll have to work overnight, or he'll get a call at 2 a.m, like the server's down, and it's very important because it's security for like a bank basically. So he needs to constantly, he's like basically always on call, and it's salary. But like some salary workers, like I don't know, like it can be worth it for the pay, but some salary workers, like in restaurants, I knew managers who started, they went from being a waiter to getting tips, whatever, and then they thought being a manager and working salary would be better, but it's really not, because manager work is really fucking hard, especially in restaurants. So sometimes it's worth it and sometimes it's not.
I was a manager in college for restaurants. I worked at like a Wingstop, and guess what? Even there, you can negotiate your pay and benefits. So I negotiated out a cut of the sales with it. So this is all your thing. This is the whole thing, is it keeps coming back to. If you're in salary, it all comes down to your negotiating skills. And if you can't negotiate, I don't feel bad for you. Like, I mean, I'm
even
sorry.
If you're wage, even if you're
You
on a
don't
wage.
feel bad for anybody, Gibbs.
I mean, sure, I feel bad for some people.
You can't even, not even in all jobs can you negotiate your salary, right?
Absolutely.
No, absolutely, you're agreeing with me, right?
No, you can absolutely definitely
No,
do
government
that.
jobs.
Or
Government jobs might be the
big
one.
Corporate
You might
jobs,
not get.
Government
right?
jobs,
Because I
maybe.
worked a big corporate job. It's effectively a corporation, big corporate job, and they had like a pay scale, basically, right? This is basically a way to avoid being like sued for like pay discrimination. But they had this like pay scale, and these jobs, right, within this category, got paid this much. That was your starting salary. You got paid this much. Now, I don't know if at some point you like maybe after employment you could renegotiate. I don't know about that. And I think actually some people manage to do so afterwards, but they're like, yeah, this is non-negotiable. This is the starting salary. This is what everyone gets at this point in time. So not on every job you can do that. But in any case, let me
Yeah, but
finish
once again, even then, there's different benefits, like competitive benefits. So if you don't want to work for that company, you don't like their starting pay, and you're starting out somewhere, you can go work for the
also
competitor
work
who's
for
got a
someone
better
else.
benefit
Okay.
cap.
Thank you for that.
I also want to
Thank you
point
for
out that
that
it's the laws that you advocate for that make it impossible for that company to actually negotiate their wage with you.
That's a good point too.
Let me finish this point, then we can explore that. Yeah, so you were asking why can't workers like negotiate away overtime, right? And so I was relating it to the French laws, right? And so like I'm not an expert in French labor law, so if I could say something wrong, please excuse me, right? But I know that for most jobs, I'm sure there are probably exceptions, like what Ghosty was talking about, for like on-call jobs that require someone to have to answer at late times. Like I'm sure IT workers must like have that exception there. But the reason why it's illegal is because if you don't make it illegal, well, then bosses can pressure you, just in the way I described previously. Bosses can pressure you to say, hey, are you a team player? Because all the other people seem to be able to answer their emails at 1 p.m. or so 1 a.m. And you aren't, right? You want to spend time with your family or have a life outside of this? That doesn't sound like a team player. And so because of that, they say you simply can't do it. It's like it's not even an option. For overtime as well. If you can negotiate away overtime, well, then there'll be pressure, right, to negotiate over that overtime. And then at the end, the bosses will say, well, they'd agree to it. They said yes, right? And yes equals consent, right? Yes and consent are the same thing. And so, sure, there's no problem here. And you'll see overtime decrease nationally. I think this was a discussion a few months ago about exactly this conversation. I don't remember the contours, but like trying to change, I think it was trying to change labor law to allow for exactly what you were saying. But yeah, this would be the result, be the destruction of overtime pay. But go ahead.
No, I think that's a violation of the freedom to contract. I don't like the way France does it, if that's what they do. And I think it's a great argument for not teaching kids in school about the labor movement, because they might come away with anti-consensual ideas, like we got to mandate that workers not be agreed to with their workers, employers with their workers, to contact them at times that they agree to. Ghosty was talking about her boyfriend who needs to do this kind of work, and I think that's perfectly fine if you agree to get paid a certain amount to do that kind of work. That's the situation that I'm in too. I work at a lot of different hours, but obviously there's a give and take where there's some times where it's not that busy, and it's not hectic, and maybe it's even less hectic than like a general than other comparable jobs. But then there's some periods in which it's incredibly hectic, right? And then that's like when that's where the premium comes in. That's where why you're paid what you're paid. And I think it's fine, just like it's fine, I think, for a worker to come in and ask for the moon and say, I'm not going to work unless you pay me $500 million an hour, or I'm walking over to a different company. Of course, they should have the right to do that. Just in the same way, an employer should be able to say, we're paying you $8 an hour, and we're going to call you 8 times at 4 o'clock in the morning. And if you don't like it, don't accept. Don't sign the contract, right? There becomes a market for labor, and literally the labor market. Unemployment is relatively low. There's the people who are in the job market are competing, and there's I guess when unemployment's low, that does kind of give bargaining power to the employer because of supply and demand. But that's not always the case, right? We saw during the pandemic, right? You had employers who were just being walked on, right? Like Doobie was talking about, people like not even really showing up to work. Technically they're working online, but they're not doing any work at all. And you can't even fire them because you can't find anybody to replace them, because that's the way the market was at that point. Nobody cried then, and I don't think anybody should cry now.
You back up what I was saying previously. In 26, I'm reading a paper from the Library of Congress blog, right? And it says, in 2016, the French government adopted a labor law that, among other provisions, included a right to disconnect. Thank you, Corey, for that phrase. I didn't know it. This right, which took effect on January 1st, 2017, refers to employers' obligation to stop encroaching on their employees' personal and family lives with calls and emails. Under the right to disconnect, employees do not have to take calls or read emails related to work during their time off. While it was confirmed by the 2016 law, the concept of the right to disconnect was actually born several years earlier. With the court, you don't need the rest of that, but yeah, that's a real thing. Just wanted to get that out there. And I think it's a good thing. Though I'm curious again. I don't know the details of it. I think it might be different when you're at least first getting the job, right? Like it might be I don't know. I have to think my really gather my thoughts on this, because I've never put thought into this particular topic. But like when you're first negotiating a contract, if you can negotiate, because not everyone can, obviously, but whatever. But if you are in a position to negotiate, your contract, then maybe like you could negotiate that part away for higher pay. That I think I would be fine with that.
When would you be in a situation where you can't
But I have to
negotiate?
think about it.
Define that situation.
I just did. I talked
I
about
don't-
my own employment.
Yeah. Okay. So you're telling me there was no other firm like that you were working for. There was no other possible option for an employer that offered an alternative pay entry structure. Everyone had the exact same entry structure nationwide that was
I
offering
didn't
that
have
job.
a bunch of offers nationwide. Oh, yes, I did a nationwide search because I
Well,
can.
so then I
from
mean,
my meager means, I can work for any job nationwide.
yeah, bro.
Yes,
There's LinkedIn.
nationwide.
There's like Indeed. Like there's a million job hunting websites.
I
You
could have said
absolutely
like, hey,
could.
let's look at. I live in the East Coast. Let's look at California jobs.
Sure.
A California job is just as easy to access as a local job. Of
Yeah, if
course,
you go on
right?
Indeed or
I
whatever
might
you
have
need.
to give up my social network, such as it is.
Oh no,
I might
not
have
that.
to.
The
I might have
sacrifices,
to.
man. That's tough.
to-
Sounds tough to me. You got to make some sacrifices.
Oh wow, amazing! God, you're. I mean, like again, Gibbs, I love you because you never pretend to be anything that you're aren't, and what you
would
are
never.
is a capitalist. So
Employers are just
love you.
people. They don't owe you
I
anything.
love you for that.
Yeah, it's
Um,
crazy
but-
though. What you're saying is just so crazy to me.
nationwide-
It's a
sorry,
concept.
nationwide is insane. So I'm going to ignore that because that's such a dumb fuck argument. Nationwide.
How?
Yes.
How? Listen, if I got offered a job opportunity, it was worth it
Why not
financially.
internationally?
and
What if it was in the Amazon?
What if it was
What if it was in the
international? Hell yeah.
Amazon?
What if
It'd be
it was
just
on
the same.
Mars, bro?
It'd be
Fuck
just the
yeah, let's
same,
go.
right? I didn't
Yeah,
have a
bro.
passport at the time, right?
Bro, if
And
they're gonna pay me
if I got a job
20
offer in the
Especially
Amazon
if you have
jungle,
children.
it'd been just as easy.
Listen, yeah, but he don't got. Listen, if they offered me $10 million a year to go live on Mars for 10
no,
years,
it's 10
I'm
million.
in. Right? Like
okay.
you make a
Yes.
sacrifice.
So now we can
what
change
social
it.
network
Now
you
we
have
can move the
there? Like,
goalposts.
goddamn, bro.
Hey, Prime, if you're getting offered $10 million
To live on Mars, like whatever. Like, let's make some moves
right?
here, bro. Like,
would you move across to a different nation?
we
Yeah,
get some sacrifices.
I
What
would.
social network
If
you
those
have
were the
there?
offers that I was getting, I can assure you, right? As you can see from my opulent background, that I was not getting those offers. So that's not part of the discussion. We can move on.
Sounds like
from
just
there.
bad negotiating, bro. Bad negotiating, bro. That's what this is. You could have called up, maybe called up like the next person. There's got to be more than one where you live. I'm on the
Especially-
East Coast. It's all the same. It's all one.
If you have children and or elderly parents or just like people that you need to stay, like not everybody can just pick up and move. Like you have
Listen, sometimes
schools that your
sacrifices gotta be
children are
made,
in,
bro.
or you have family that you have to take care of. Like it's not always that
Sounds like
easy.
it's
And
like
it
a
costs
huge
money.
list.
No,
But
bro.
costs money.
is that the
Yeah,
employer's
absolutely.
fault, right? Is that their fault? Because the question is like, you're, the mindset here, I think, is like there's a sense of entitlement.
Right.
Where
That's exactly what it is.
the employer has to accommodate your lifestyle and your children and your social life and your area, et cetera, et cetera. But like, why shouldn't somebody who is more willing to move, dedicated their life to their career as opposed to like having kids or et cetera, and like doesn't have these obligations? Why? Of course, that person's going to be more competitive. Why shouldn't that person be more competitive in the workplace? Because what this law does is it basically cuts out that person from being more competitive, despite the fact that they are, right. The market demands that they be more competitive, and so then what happens is not only is it unfair to that person because they've lost the thing now that makes them more competitive, but like what if shit needs to get done at 1 o'clock in the morning? Like, oh, you think that call that came in was just something I could have ignored? Of course not, because I got up and I dealt with it. So for people who actually like, oh shit, we got to do this, like, fuck, like if it doesn't get done, there's consequences for that, right? Like bad consequences. And in a like market economy, we're looking at a loss of efficiency. We're looking at potential security breaches. We're looking at like the jobs maybe not even being posted in the first place. I don't know how Doobie fucking deals with it. I mean, Doobie, how do you deal with hiring people? How do you deal with hiring people in this fucking day and age, right? I mean, it can't be. Is it profitable really? Still, I don't even know.
He's a millionaire.
We have
so
to
yeah,
do. We have to
probable.
do. Hold on. Wait. We have to do. Just to be honest with you, I was reading some nonsense going on my server. That I was on with while you guys were talking. But
The one
you
rare
saying
time that nonsense goes
you
on your
saying that
server.
reminded me of something. So we do like we have to do like so like yearly or bi-yearly. I don't know, fuck remember. like complaints with like harassment and bullying in the workplace and sexual harassment in the workplace and all this kind of shit, right? And so I was going through it. And I want to see like what the fuck is in here, and um, I swear, like everybody, every single person that they showcase in these videos, giving their stories on the bullying in the workplace thing, was like a trans person, with like blue hair. I mean, like it was very fucking. There's I guess a non-binary person with pink hair and a beard.
Send me these videos.
But it looked. I don't. I can try. I don't know if I can download them from the thing. It's like a proprietary, like what's it called, Easy Llama or some shit. I can try to find the actual video for you. But
Okay.
yeah, like very fucking weird, right? Like specifically, like this is a very obviously like LGBT coded person, but not even just that, like a fucking hard coded person. like if I saw this person, I'd be tempted to bully them, right? Like it's that bad. And I don't know. It's just, and all the examples were like centered around this. All the examples were, oh, this is like even the fucking like racism example. Oh well, somebody said asked me what was it? Somebody asked me if I know how to do this math equation. And they were like, oh, why did you think I would know how to do this math equation? Oh, because you're Asian. And that was like something that should be reported to HR according to these people, right? Like some little fucking thing like this. So I don't know. It's like it just seems like everybody's
That's a lawsuit.
Yeah, it's like everybody's hypersensitive.
I could defend you.
Everybody's prickly. Just
I mean,
waiting.
that is a
waiting
really
for...
stupid thing to say, but like,
No, but
obviously,
it's
I
like-
don't know if you could get. Yeah,
It's
Just
the
have
fucking
AI work for
bullying
you.
or
It's never gonna
racism
fuck with you
is-
like
is
this.
Fucking stupid.
Not
right?
yet.
It's just there are stereotypes. They exist for reasons. It's not that crazy. I don't think you need to get an HR involved because somebody assumed you're good at math. Like, be real.
No,
no,
they-
not to get. I mean, it's just a dumb. I don't know who the fuck would ever say that
You
though.
should
But
ask the
like,
black guy if they stole your stapler too, right? I mean,
think some that Prime
stereotypes
is,
exist for.
So
For
if I had to
reason.
guess Prime's like preferred music, I'd assume rap, because he's black. Honestly, right? I just would. Like that's just how it is. Like I'd assume Lactoids is like either like a rock or country, like some sort of alternative.
It's rap.
rock or country.
It's rap.
It is rap.
Yeah, see,
Only white rappers though, so kind of
only
close.
the white ones. So like,
Like,
I
a
don't
lot of
know.
Vanilla Ice
I
or
just
what?
I feel like everybody's hypersensitive.
Conservative
and It's
rappers.
very
I'll send them to
fucking
you.
weird. I really dislike it.
Fucking lactoid. Oh,
But
my
it better
God.
not be Mac McDonald or whatever that guy's name is.
First of all,
Regular?
Tom McDonald's is okay, but I listen to
Yeah,
a
there
lot
you
of Tyson James. You ever heard of Tyson James? You'll
No.
check him out. He's really good.
I think I've heard of. I think I know what you're talking about. And if it is, like, shame on you, lactoid.
He's got a song called Rittenhouse. It fucking slaps.
Oh, I think
Oh,
I definitely know what you're
God,
talking about.
bro.
Holy fuck. Any which way. And we're gonna move past that. But anyway, through all this, Doobie has been making a profit, so we can acknowledge that.
Oh, hold on. Well, yeah, it's very profitable. Like we do. I mean, you just
Yeah.
need to, hire the right people. I think is the right way to put it.
I agree.
You can't. It's very difficult to communicate that to the people doing the hiring. So I'm not doing the hiring in most cases. But I think
Do you have
like,
recruiters? Or sorry if you don't have
No,
to answer
I-
if you don't want to. But
No, I've got different departments, and each department has a person in charge of hiring for that department. So it's people submit their resume. You do either the in-person interview if they're local, or you do something in like a Zoom or Teams meeting thing if they're not. And you can kind of tell. I don't know how to explain it without sounding like fucking bigoted or something. But there's a type of person that you're gonna say no to every single time. It's just it is what it is.
what
Why is that,
type-
Jimmy? Why is because it costs you more money? That's the reason why.
It's just they're like walking fucking
time bombs.
yeah. It's like you can tell that they are just walking around like an open fucking wound, waiting to be offended by something, waiting for somebody to fuck up around them, and this causes like a massive fucking problem. Like I just don't want it.
And you know how you learn this is you actually this is how you learn this is you hire them, and then you find out that they're time bombs because you don't start off like, oh, we're gonna like reject this person out of hand, they're qualified, right? And then you hire them, and it's a certain type of person every single time it blows up in your face, and then you just stop hiring this type of person.
Yeah, and to be clear, Prime, I'm not saying like it's it's gay people, or it's not like a racial thing, or like it's it's like a personality type or something. It's like a
Yeah, it's
vibe
definitely a personality type.
you get from a person, right? It's nothing to do with their race or their sexuality or something. It's really is some kind of like a I have like a radar for this. It's like a
Like people that are
personality
contrarian.
in a sense.
No, I hear you. I hear you. Like there are personality types that are good for, well, being social, right? And others who aren't, right? There are people who are okay. I mean, like consider even this, like what I'm doing right now, right? Like I think one thing, I'm not that I'm super successful or anything like that, but like one thing that is necessary for this is that like to not easily get offended and to be able to listen to people, different perspectives, right? I don't take it personally. I like to like thinks my ideas are crap, but like that's okay, right? Like, but if I were the sensitive type, and Diva, you've been here long enough, like you've seen the sensitive types come through
Yeah.
this panel, right? We know the type that don't last very long here. So I understand what you're saying, Diva. So I do. Yeah. I'll just leave it at that, I guess.
We just can't have them.
Lactoid would be my ideal employee. Somebody who says, "Hey, if I needed to get up at 1 a.m, I'm not going to pay any extra. I'm not going to give you anything." But
Yeah, you want someone who falls in line and
Yes, sir.
all the
That's
time. That's like
that's the ideal employee.
every
Yeah.
boss wants that. The
You
employee
get
that's going to
pushing
fall
for the
in line
opportunity.
Yeah.
and not question anything.
Yeah, but
And
dude,
He'll
I
zoom
have
right
a
over on his
lot-
motorcycle, so he'll get there faster.
And he's not
you know?
interested in organizing. If anyone, he'll do it by himself, individualistically.
Why is it though? Because
So-
Lactoid had already agreed to it because he negotiated something that would be worth him waking up at 1 a.m. in the morning. Like,
Well, I
Actually, I
think
don't
that
know
was the difference. It was like it's different if we're asking people on a wage salary to do this, right? Versus like if you're asking people on wages to like start working at 1 a.m, it might be a little different.
Why though? They're getting paid for that work. Why can't they agree to, get up and do work whenever?
Well, because they also agreed to like a 9 to like a scheduled hours, right? Like I mean, I
But
understand
same with
it's like
salary
maybe
people though too.
Yeah.
maybe there's like
No, in my
know.
experience, the specific reason that you do go salary is so that they can have you after hours. That's the idea. Like you're not breaking your contract at that point. You're fulfilling your contract. Sort of like how Ghosty told us we'd have a more interesting background behind her chair next time, and she delivered. Right. So now
I did.
now
I'm
Prime
glad you
has
noticed.
to pay her
Thank you.
twice what he usually
I was going to
pays.
say something. I'm marking it as like background number 8 or 9 or 10.
of her mansion, right? She must have a mansion. Like she has so many backgrounds. It's unbelievable.
Never the same room twice.
What's her salary?
I tell you, next time she's gonna be lounging by her.
this is how you know that this is all shenanigans.
Listen, there was
right here.
there was a TV show I saw once. I don't know. I wish I could remember what it is, but it was set in the 1920s or turn of the century, somewhere around there. And there were these people. There was a flapper and like a businessman, like capitalist guy. They were sitting around talking about business, and somebody had mentioned this new French term called employee that no one had ever heard of before. But an employee, and he was explaining how no, that's not a worker, that is an employee. And he was sort of like denigrating it because it was like a French idea that he didn't think would catch on. This word employee, but employee does sort of imply like an ongoing relationship, right, with your employer, right? You as opposed to a worker who you might just hire one day and let go the next. And I think that's the distinction. There's a certain expectation of security going into the future that people who make salaries are assuming that they have. Now, it's not a lifelong one like we used to have in the 1950s, but it's still a more secure relationship than if you're just like
Per diem.
working on a building that one day will be done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you work if you're in construction, you might be working in that spot for 2 years, and at the end of that 2 years, there's no guarantee that you'll get the next job or whatever. And as an inducement for you to continue working there and to put in extra hours or whatever, you get things like time and a half and other things that maybe your union has negotiated for you.
So I remember when I was working, like, I got in. Well, okay. So I don't remember what my contract said. This is a long time ago, so I don't remember exactly. But I got in trouble, because I was arriving like it was like 5 minutes late or something, right?
Mm.
And my boss like had a problem with this, right? Didn't like it. Okay. And so I was like, hey, you got to work 8 hours. Okay. And so I did, right? And I always made sure to do that. And that I would have at least four. In fact, I would have more than 4 hours. I would actually work longer. I would do that oftentimes. But in any case, so like I would make it up. If that happened, I would make it up at the end of the day, right? Like it's stay 5 minutes longer, accomplish literally no work, right? Like because yeah, 5 minutes, right? And also just this is a I'm curious what Dewey feels about this. Actually, I'm really curious what his thoughts are on this part. Like my boss got really butthurt about this 5 minutes. Right, this 5 minutes were literally nothing accomplished. The first 5 minutes of the day, or the last 5 minutes of the day, I guarantee you nothing's getting done unless there's like a big fucking emergency happening. Right. But like there was this other worker, a slew of other workers, a category of workers who like regularly took breaks, right? That would equal like a half hour, right? And that was just kind of allowed. That happened, right? Those were the smokers. The smokers would just like fuck off, like every few minutes, like every 20 minutes, right? When I remember one lady, she was an avid smoker. We would see her out there all the goddamn time near the exit, right? Smoking away, right? I remember like having meetings with her, conversations, right? She's like, I gotta go take a smoke break. And she would just fuck off in the middle of the meeting and go take that smoke break. Be out there all the time, but she just never got dinged for that 5 minutes or that hour at least.
I
She
tried
would spend
starting
outside.
smoking cigarettes for that reason.
Yeah.
Because they got extra breaks for no reason, and I was like,
Yeah.
I should just start smoking
That's not a
cigarettes.
real thing. You guys really? You actually tried
Yes.
Definitely
Yes,
a real
I
thing.
did.
Lactoid.
I literally
know
did.
a lot of places I worked. All of them, that was a thing.
Yeah.
Wait, you could just pretend to smoke cigarettes then. You don't actually have to like.
Get those candy
those little-
cigarettes.
We had
Yeah.
to sit right
Yeah.
out front of the
You could-
store, and
You
it's
just
all
start
glass
saying you have to go
windows.
for a break and just start doing any kind of like substance for you'll be fine.
Yeah.
They'll let
Any
you go
kind of
whenever.
yeah.
Yeah,
Heroin break.
I gotta go take a little upper break real quick and come back.
Wait, is that why you
come
got a
back and you're
vape right
twice
now?
as
Because
productive, so it's totally worth it.
Did you get hooked on nicotine because of that?
No, I didn't. This is recent.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I hate cigarettes, so.
So yeah, Doobie, what are your thoughts on
You're also trading away years of your life, not just 5-minute breaks.
on smokers? Yeah.
But I think
Mm,
the way that
terrible.
I mean, I don't really care if people are taking breaks, if people are actually because we have a hybrid model for most people, right? There are some people who are just 100% remote. But I personally, I don't really care if people are like sitting at their desk the entire time they're in the office. I actually want them to take breaks if they feel like they need a break. If they feel like they're hungry, go get a fucking snack or something. I don't care. Like, go do whatever you got to do to be productive. So if that means you need to clock out for 2 hours at lunch because you just really need to get something done, that's fine. Just make it up later. What do I care? Like, just as long as work is getting done, you're productive, you're happy, everybody's happy. Like, I don't care if there's that 5 minutes at the end of the job where everybody or the day where not much is getting done, or people are taking smoke breaks or coffee breaks or just wandering around to each other's desks talking and chit chatting for a bit. What the fuck do I care? Like, I feel like if you're fixated on that kind of thing, you are probably not doing well as a business. It shouldn't be that stressful to work. Right? Like, everybody's there working toward the same goal. If people want to, you should encourage people to talk to each other, to take smoke breaks together, and form a connection, form a relationship within the workplace, to have like friends within the workplace. Like, all that's beneficial long term.
Mhm.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything you just said. Like, that's how we do our like employees here. I mean, I try to like also to inspire competition between them. Like, hey, this team did this. What y'all gonna do over here? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the other thing. But otherwise, like healthy competition, don't be going over there and burning their shop down or something. But like, outsell them.
But
I feel, Prime, I feel like that's usually something that happens with people in like middle management positions, because they feel like they feel like they need to, their team needs to be, fucking tip top shape all the time. The boss comes around, that if there's something wrong with the team, that they're gonna get shit, and that just seems like it's a cultural problem, right? The boss is probably is on his ass, right? Probably is talking shit, making him feel like he's not doing a good job. So he takes it out on the people beneath him because he sees them as the reason this is happening.
My particular boss was a how do I put this non-gently, right? She had her nose up the ass of her direct supervisor, whatever the fuck she was, right? She would actively take on like take on jobs or activities, whatever, right? Workload. Take on workload like for the department that wasn't like the departments. So I worked at a hospital. Right? And
Sorry, I was taking an unscheduled break there.
you'll be docked for that. I can assure you. But
That's one demerit.
it's one demerit on a pile of demerits. Watch your ass, Psycho. I've told this story before, and Doobie might remember it. I'm not sure if I've told Lacto this. It's been a long time since I mentioned this before, right? So, like I said, my boss, right, being like the brown noser that she was, always her nose deep in the ass of her supervisor or whatever, right? Wanted to prove she is a super team player, right? And by that she means she would take on workload that the people under her would do. And there was a list of these things. One of them were these, I forget the name. It's name's escaping me now, right? But these were these intra hospital agreements. Transfer agreements, I believe they're called. Right? So, like, think of a major hospital in your area, right? Like a big hospital, right? Get that in mind. That hospital has a bunch of agreements with smaller facilities, right? And larger facilities around the country. It dictates how, like, what the rules are of like taking a patient or sending a patient, right? A transfer agreement. And it's a contract, right? It's a contract. And my hospital was a major hospital, and so it got to dictate those terms. It didn't have to negotiate with people, right? Unless it was like a hospital of like equal stature, I didn't fucking negotiate with them. It's like, okay, well, this is our transfer agreement, and you're gonna sign it if you want to be able to do business with us. And so my department, the social work department, right? My department took on this responsibility. Remember, the social work department, and to manage these agreements. These are contracts, and who was doing that? That was me, the IT guy. So what I was doing, I would call these different facilities, and I'd like, hey, like, I'm a representative of inter major hospital and some city here, right? And we have a transfer agreement, and like, we need you to sign this. And then what they would do, right? They would get their lawyers on the phone and like, oh yeah, we've received this transfer agreement, but like, we have some problems with this, right? And I'm like, I can't negotiate with you, right? And they would ask me my qualifications. Oh, I do computers, and they'd think, oh, this, am I being hacked? Right? They thought like this was a phishing scam, like a really poorly planned one. Where like, because why would a person who's doing IT be doing contract work for a major hospital? That's because of my boss who took on this workload. And then so I would call these different fucking hospitals, right? Around the fucking country, I would call these things. I have to manage them because it would expire at different points in time, right? I had to call these hospitals, right? And convince them, because they would ask me, I didn't lie to them, right? They would ask me, like, who are you? Because you're calling our facility. And I'd tell them who I was, and they'd hang up on me all the goddamn time, right? But we had to get these transfer agreements done. So I'd be managing this, right? And then once I was done, I had to, like, the completed hospital agreements, I'd had to, like, take this work. I walked over to our legal department, right? And I had to hand them to a specific person, a lawyer. Well, one time I asked, hey, these are contracts. Shouldn't you guys be handling this? And the look of derision this woman gave me Like, no. No. Why would I do that? Like, ah, I don't know what to tell you guys. And so I just stopped doing them. I literally just stopped. This is an integral part of hospital function. I just stopped doing them. And then eventually no one asked me about it, right? And I don't know. We just moved on with our lives, and hopefully everything is okay. But yeah, I just stopped doing them. They weren't taking them seriously, so I wasn't going to take them seriously either. This is a true story. I swear to God, this is a thing that happened. I was doing contract work for a major goddamn hospital with an entire, it had like a whole built out, very well paid legal team. But okay. We can move on.
You just weren't a team player, Prime. That's the problem.
That's what it sounds like.
I wasn't a team player. I wasn't a team player. Like,
You didn't get fired for this or anything? Like, just nothing happened.
Nothing happened. They just like
Prime, I want to get back to the conversation you were having with Lactoid on this because there's something interesting here.
Before I do that,
okay.
I will go straight to you, right? It's like, I just remember there's this one lawyer. I caught this one facility, right? And she got fucking irate with me, right? I'm like, lady, look, like, and I told her from the beginning, like, hey, I'm just an IT guy in the social work department, right? And she's like, these stipulations are unfair, right? And like, I should be able to change these stipulations. Like, I'm told that these are the contracts. And I asked the lawyer lady that I talked to for my hospital, right? I asked her about this. Like, she's arguing with me. She's like, no, these are the stipulations, and she has to agree to them, right? So I go back to this lady, like, I'm sorry, right? And she's like, well, give me the email to the legal department. And like, all right, okay, like, I'm gonna forward this thing, right? And then I get yelled at by like the legal team. How dare you do that? How dare you forward this to us? It's a contract negotiation. What? I don't know. And this, she wrote like this whole like angry email, right, about the failures of my facility, right, and then puts me in it. Lady, I'm sorry, but I don't know. Sorry, I'm okay. Move past it. I'm having flashbacks. All right, go ahead. Aiko.
Oh yeah, I think Ali's here.
Yeah, let me in,
thank
Prime,
you.
please. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get back to that question that you asked because I think it comes down to, like, you can always find like individual instances that where if they're asking you to do a little bit of extra work and they don't want to pay you for it, like, it might not sound that egregious in the moment. But if you allow that as a principle, because this is what law is, right? Like, Lactoid knows this. Law isn't about every single instance in which the law is applied. Law is just a way to it's a way to be more efficient, right? So you don't have to make a judgment call over every single thing that happens. You just have a rule, and the rule says, you know, if you're working more than 40 hours a week, then you have to get paid time and a half. Instead of having to adjudicate every instance in which that happens, you just have one law, and it's very clear, and you just follow it. And there are disadvantages to doing that, of course, because you can always find instances in which the law properly applied, like, does something that's bad or makes things less efficient or whatever, but that's the reason why it's there. And so then you have to look at the other end of it. What happens if these protections aren't there? And the first thing that comes to mind is something that I used to teach in APUSH, which was the company store. All right, that was one of the units in my textbook that I taught. And the company store was, of course, whether you think it was by design or that it sort of evolved naturally, whatever the reason, these workers were put in a situation where they literally couldn't leave, couldn't go anywhere else, and their only way that they could buy their goods was at the company store, and the only salary they had was the salary that the company was giving them, and so the company was making it so that everything they made went back to the company store, and they weren't exactly slaves, but they were like somewhere in the neighborhood of that. And these are the things that the labor laws that eventually came because of strike after strike after strike after the progressive era, which we just saw, it gets mentioned once in all of Tech's history teachings. They end up eventually coming up with the set of rules that we have now. because if those set of rules aren't there, it's not really just an employer asking you to do an extra 30 minutes of work one day for your entire career. It's there. It's gonna get pushed and it's gonna get pushed and it's gonna get pushed until really what the incentive is I can keep you at least fed and clothed, but in exchange for that, I'm not gonna pay you what you're worth. I'm not gonna pay you anything above that. And that's what I had. That's what the employer has over the worker. And there are extraordinary periods of history, like now, where unemployment is really low, and that doesn't work. And that's one of the reasons why unions, I think, are getting stronger, because people just don't want to fire people because it's hard to find workers right now. But during most of
hold on.
history, unemployment is above that, and it's harder to find workers. It's easier to find workers during most of history.
Well,
right now,
Iko,
it's a little bit difficult to find workers.
Well, Iko, that was the whole thing you missed earlier, that we were talking about how I kept saying that, you don't want to fire people because you don't want to replace them. So the power that people have negotiating power, and Prime disagreed with that concept.
Well, no, I'm saying that it's exceptional when they do. We're living in a time right now where they do have that power, okay? But they didn't have that power 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, not to the same degree that they have now. Because unemployment is exceptionally low right now.
I don't know. I got to be honest, and this is just I'm just gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater. This sounds real fucking soft. Like, I'm sorry. I had a job, and I worked. I'm not gonna say who the law firm was, but they were a leader in their field in the city of Houston. Right, they're like the top firm. And about 2 hours to 3 hours a week, the head honcho, the head lady in charge, would find time, if you were a department head, to come and get you, and you would go to her office, and she would scream at you for an hour straight, telling you about how only a little dick, dumbass, a lot of other choice word, motherfucker would do this mistake, and then ask you to like clarify every mistake for the department, and like just berate you the whole time. And I mean, saying the most terrible things. And then she'd be like, "Now get your ass out of here, get to work," or whatever. And like, no one ever complained. You know why? Because she paid fucking good. You knew what you were agreeing to when you worked. The first day she sat you down. She goes, "This is the environment. We're not a family here. We're a get shit done shit here. Listen, you can't agree to this, then just go ahead and leave.
I like that.
We're not like whatever." And like listen, like you know, you knew what you were getting into.
Yeah.
And but like it was terrible. It was the worst job I've ever had. Like that I like ever had to do like either labor or mental, because like you left home every day going, "Wow, I hate my life." But guess what? The money was good, the benefits are good, and you agreed to it because the prestige was good. Like after working there, you could go work at any firm in Houston. They're like, "Oh, you worked at that firm? Oh." You instantly hired, right? Like,
let me give you an example that also proves your point, but it's from the other side. It's the opposite.
Sure. Oh yeah. Prove my point.
Do you remember Fry's Electronics?
Uh-huh.
Anybody remember Fry's? It was like this terrible electronics. It was like a really janky Best Buy. Okay, but you could get things there that you couldn't get anywhere else. Like they actually were amazing for getting like computer parts and stuff like that. But I always wanted to work there because I wanted access to all that stuff, right? But on the first day, I was put on the sales. This is when I was a kid. I was put on the sales floor, and they started doing this thing where they're all standing around in a circle, cheerleading how great Fry's is. And we were supposed to all like, give me an F, give me an R, give me a Y, that kind of bullshit, right? They were just going in a circle, and people were like doing these ridiculous like breakdancing moves and shit, trying to psych each other up, right?
Australian breakdancing moves.
Yeah. It was like that, and so it finally came to me, the new guy, right? And I just literally like took off my like store like jacket or whatever, and just put on the floor and said, "See you later." I walked out the door. My first day was my last day because I could not frickin' do that. So I was negotiating, I suppose, in a way. Like, don't humiliate me, or I'm gone. I didn't last a day at Fry's.
Well, the similar.
It's fucking terrible.
Yeah, unbelievable.
A similar situation, actually, I went through ICO. I was going to work for a meat processor factory, third shift, and I was going to do it. And when I went to the orientation, like before they had everyone there, like the way they were talking to us, I thought was like pretty disrespectful. And the how blunt they were being, and I think honestly how rude they were being. And the thing that got me was like one of them said, like, which by the way is, I don't think this was legal for them to say, but they said it, which was, make sure you clock in, and if you don't clock in, well, you just gave us free work. We're not gonna, even if you can prove that you were here, we're not gonna pay you. So first of all, don't say that. But second of all, I got up and walked out, like at that point, right? Because of just like the way they were, like the level of demeaning, I guess they were talking to us. And I think, Aiko, when you were talking about like the law being based in simplicity, I almost don't disagree. But wouldn't you agree the most simplistic law here would be if the contract says it, that's the rule. So if the worker agrees to it, then they agree to it.
But you would agree that there are
how much
things
more
that
simple,
can be in a contract.
How much more simple than that, Aiko? Right? You don't have to look at all these fucking
Contracts aren't that
someone
simple.
is gulping right now. But
mute yourself on StreamYard.
But no, like instead of having to like go through the fucking textbook and like find out which fucking law, oh, well, they agree to that, but technically that can't be allowed in the contract because statute, 33.04, subsection 8 says that you can't do that. And then here's like 18 case law, sort of cases that indicate that you can't do that. Instead, why not just, oh, look, this says this, therefore we're good.
Well, so
you do, but other laws, but there are other laws that exist, right? You wouldn't say the contract is the only law that should exist. Like
it's
there's
more
other laws on
the
top of
more
that.
you make it the contract, right? The fewer laws you have surrounding the ability for people to negotiate contracts, the more simple the law is. You're talking about one of the goals.
But you wouldn't allow a contract
simplified.
that says, and not like I know you wouldn't allow this. I'm not trying to put this on you, but you wouldn't allow a contract that says work for me for this amount of money or I kill your family, right? I mean, there are things that are illegal, right? They cannot be in contracts.
Well, right, but then the simplistic rule would be like, is it a contract, aka like basic contract law, meeting the minds, et cetera, consideration. And one of the things you can't do in contracts is have one of the bases of one of the terms be a threat to something that somebody else has a justified right to. So you don't have a right to threaten my family. That's against many other laws that don't have to do with contract law. You can't do that. One of the bases of contract law is it can't be illegal. But that's not the same thing as like...
Isn't this a long-standing disagreement between you and Prime, which is whether or not like the threat of starvation because you don't have a job is a threat?
Well, first of all, in America, there is no threat of starvation when we have food stamps. Second of all, I think that when you this is a long-standing disagreement, sure, because I think that the idea of starvation is simply deprivation of something, and so the question is, do you have a right to that something? But even if
positive right,
even if you did take like the positive rights kind of argument into effect, there's nowhere in America where you where this argument holds, because you can get free food if your income falls below a certain amount anywhere in America.
You would disable. Sorry,
I would get rid of it, but as long as that remains, this idea just has no merit. Now, if I win the presidency and remove food stamps, now the argument, now we get into like the deeper disagreement about whether or not.
Well, this is perfect because the Lincoln Douglas debate topic for the next 2 months is resolved. The United States ought to require that workers receive a living wage. So this is literally the argument that we're discussing now, right? Is what do workers have a right to?
Yeah, and you know how bullshit that is. Because you see like Bernie Sanders like keep reposting the same meme like 18,000 times in a row, which is like, you can't even live in these states on a minimum wage. Asterisk 2-bedroom apartment. Like, what the fuck? Minimum wage.
The study that we're operating on now has concluded. Now there's multiple studies that have done this, but the study that we've been like using as a working basis for like the assumptions for the debates are that a living wage is for a family of 4 is $28.53 an hour.
See, here's why like the term living wage, and it sounds cruel, but it actually like logically makes sense. The concept of a living wage doesn't make any sense, because if you don't pay somebody a living wage, they die, and then you don't have a worker. So like all wages, like without welfare, all wages must be living wage. Otherwise your workers die. So,
or Because we know about that. Everybody remembers that story about Walmart, about how there was posters on the wall talking about how you can apply for food stamps, right? And then employees would then get those food stamps and spend them at Walmart. So it's kind of a circular
Yeah, so
benefit
they're
for
being
them.
or
subsidized.
sell
Whatever.
them for drugs.
So yeah, they're getting a living wage. They're able to keep themselves alive or whatever. They're getting a living wage, but it's through government subsidy. It's not just through the wages that
and
they
if you
make.
and if you remove the government subsidy, then
It's-
Walmart will have to pay them more.
And also, as
or
long as
not.
you're alive, the
Or what if
quality
they
of life.
don't?
I mean,
doesn't
didn't we
matter.
live through
Don't.
that in the 19th century?
Oh,
Like
they
the
don't?
Gilded
owes
Age.
you Walmart
they
owes you a
don't?
quality of life. Yeah, the Gilded Age when we saw the greatest expansion of technology
Yeah,
in
Walmart
industry.
does owe you a quality of life, 1,000%.
Oh, really? Okay, well,
Yeah.
why? Why do I, a private citizen, or Walmart, a private entity, why do they owe you anything? Who died and made you their king?
In like literally, like in actuality, for the same reason, if all of the workers decided not to show up, Walmart would be fucked.
And they have the right to do that. They have the right to do that.
Wait.
You run with
They
them.
Then the
They have
Pinkertons
the
come
right.
in
Wait,
and
wait,
make sure
they
that
have
doesn't
the right,
happen.
not the ability to.
No, every worker at Walmart tomorrow could quit and then go on food stamps. This could happen. Yes.
Tomorrow,
yeah,
literally.
if they organize, yeah. Corey, before we do that, Corey, how does it?
Well, I mean, maybe just to clarify Lactoid's position more, or at least flesh it out more, because like I think this overlaps.
I think Lacto just made the argument for unions.
But okay, so
I'm not necessarily opposed to unions as long as the government's not involved.
Right.
No, as long as the government's not involved.
So you're a big proponent of contracts, which like so am I to some degree. But like I think even you probably recognize that like, or maybe you don't, and that's where the disagreement is. But like, you can't like bake everything and cover everything in a contract. Okay, just as and although maybe in your mind it is because like you're for like you advocate for certain marriage contracts and everything should be stipulated and explicitly stated.
Yes.
But like so you
gain 10 pounds, you're out the alimony.
Yeah. So right. So in your contract, okay, I'll obviously only share what you're comfortable in sharing, but like
sandwiches every day. 6
is it not in your employer contract currently? Like, is it stipulated that your employer you're on call, like they can call you on the weekend? Are there any hours dictated? Like this is your salary for 40 hours per week or 37.5? Is that stipulated?
Yeah. Well, so in America, most contracts are incredibly simplistic. So including salaried contracts. So my contract doesn't specify that they can or can't do anything regarding 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, but I'm a salaried worker, so they can.
Yeah, that's why I'm also trying to but also in your salaried, are number of hours specified of like we're paying you this salary for this number of hours? Okay.
Nope. They could work me. They could work me 24 hours a day for 7 days straight, 365 days a year, while giving me like meth injection. Well,
that's a fundamental
caffeine injections.
Yeah, sure. That I think that's generally a fundamental difference between that, because like in Canada, generally speaking, it is stipulated like this is the number of hours of like you're paid this salary for 37.5 or 40 hours per
Sure.
week.
Well, and I'm not necessarily opposed to those kind of contracts, right? If an employer and an employee if an employee like the star employee, right, says, look, I'll agree to this wage, but you specify that I'm not working more than 40 hours a week. Right.
As Aiko alluded to earlier, at least generally in my experience and the experience of, let's say, my colleagues and whatever people that I know that are salary workers, like that is typically used as the excuse for employers to like pretty much like work you to the bone. Of like they, if employees actually track their hours, like I advocate for my friends to do this. So like, are you actually working 40 hours per week? And then your employer doesn't have a right to like ask any more of you. Where it's like, you should be paid for the work that you do, but like generally speaking, like employers will take advantage of that contract. Of like, you're a full-time salaried employee, and it says 40 hours in your contract, but since nobody's tracking or paying you a salary, well, now we'll push you to 50 hours, 60 hours, 65, and then they're like,
wait, keep track of the time. If you can prove, like, keep track of the time, you can prove, I worked 40 hours, I'm done, and the contract stipulates that you can only work 40 hours. I am perfectly fine with enforcing that. And if the company the company like threatens you against the terms of the contract, then you should be able to go to court.
No surprise. Many companies don't have proper timekeeping tools accessible to their employees.
Well, hold on. Well, if we're talking about like that, I can get behind like punishing companies that don't follow their own contracts. I'm fine with that. It's part of the reason why I'm okay with like certain kinds of unions. Now, under the Labor Relations Act, there's issues, but let's assume that they don't have like the legally protected right to strike. I've got a problem with like a bunch of people like organizing together and saying, look, you fire one of us, you fire all of us. Totally. That is a contract between the workers. I've got no problem with that.
Lactoid. Question then. First of all, Ali, thanks for being here, friend. Glad to see you. Off in a different state. But you brought the camera that keeps focusing and refocusing. Did
Yeah,
you
I gotta
look
get a
into
new
that
one.
software that I told you.
Yeah, no, there's no software for this. I just gotta get a new camera. There's like
Okay.
3 new other cameras here. I'll just use
He
one of these.
changed everything but the camera. The state, the background.
That's a lot of purple is what it
a
is.
lot of purple. This is a lot. But Lactoid.
You need a mansion like Ghosty. She's got that servants' quarter right behind her, where everything comes out, like all of her snacks and whatever she needs.
an
I hope
extra
she
room for
picks them
you.
well. That's all I'm saying.
Like,
There'll
did
be
you hear-
some
did
more
you-
orange coming soon.
When you weren't paying attention before, she clapped, and so, a tray of cheeses that she
A charcuterie board.
a charcuterie board. But Lactoid, what did you think then about the story that I told? Very forcefully about me and the contract law, right? Because I was hired to do IT, right? And I can tell you, I don't remember exactly my contract, but I can tell you, in no place
You're
was
probably at
contract
will.
law included. What'd you say?
You're probably at will. An at will employee is they can tell you what to do and they can change what you're doing at any point for any reason.
Texas is an
And
at-will employer state.
Okay.
The vast
like
majority,
RG.
the vast
Yeah.
majority of U.S. workers are at will.
Yeah.
So, and what are your thoughts on that then?
I got no problem with that. There's nothing, even in an at-will state, there's no problem with you like agreeing with an employer. I will work for you for this wage, but I require XYZ stipulations. I need this particular day off. I need, the XYZ occurring. I personally know a lot of people who have like stipulated, like, I'll do the job, but I need to have off like every day at like 3:30 to 4:30 because I got to go drive my kids home. And
Okay. hold
Or
on.
you're Muslim and you need to
So-
pray 5 times a day.
So hold on.
you know.
well, then
Wait a minute,
but
wait a
the
minute.
problem.
The contract
That's
that I
legally
hold on, but the
protected.
contract that I did agree to did not include contract law though. But I was asked with like, the force of all the force of an employer that an employer can bring to bear to do contract law asked.
I would need to see the actual contract that you signed. Like if your contract was like very specific of like, no, you can only like this is what exactly you're going to be doing, and
But-
we're not going to ask you to do anything else.
No, but yeah, and again, here's the sneakiness, right? So what I do remember of my contract, I wonder if I could find it. And that might be actually in my email somewhere. I'd be willing to share that with you. But it like listed like the certain number of responsibilities that I had, right? I had to deal with like these databases and not right, and fix the computers. But underneath all that was like another unspecified task, something along those lines, right? This is what employers do in general. They put that line, another unspecified task, which literally can be anything.
Yeah,
And I
send it back
wasn't-
to them with that red line.
And I wasn't in a position to negotiate, right? Like so like, but. And this is the thing that I have a problem with, like with libertarians and this type of thinking, right? And often Gibbs as well, who's not a libertarian, is that like not everyone is in a position to negotiate, and you don't seem to understand that. Right? Like,
No, I fully understand that. I fully
Okay.
understand that some people are not in the ability, like not in the position to negotiate. But I think I brought this up multiple times in the stream before.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot of incels who are also not in the position to negotiate. There's other people out there that can do the job at the specified requirements, and they can do it better. It's just the marketplace. It's the labor market, right? And so, if you are being outcompeted in a particular field, sorry, like I don't know what to tell you. It's because other people are doing the job as the employer wants. And if the employer can't find anybody to do it like a certain job, which is the case in certain professions, like a lot of professions actually, there's a reason why you don't have like workers or you don't have employers like putting like the fucking moon in each of their fucking contracts. It's because then they won't be able to find workers. There are places with high turnover and there's places with low turnover. And turnover is expensive. When you spend a lot of time and a lot of money training somebody and hiring somebody and getting somebody established, like getting rid of them and then taking the time to find somebody else and training them and everything, it is not cheap. It's not a cheap endeavor. So they're only getting rid of workers when they think they can make money, and there's they're really only going to make money like under certain circumstances.
I would say it's depending on like the workplace. Some workplaces have to such an extent have atomized the job and made it so like each individual worker is so replaceable that they don't have a problem burning out employees, right? They know we can just treat them badly, right? Treat them as we want. And we'll have a high turnover rate, but because we can replace them so quickly, right? And we've got it down to a science that we will just do that, and that'll be part of our business model. Well, again, Walmart, again, Amazon. These are places that have been doing exactly this, right?
I think UPS. I think UPS had a problem with this, with especially during like the holiday seasons. They were they had all these workers who kept like getting hurt, or maybe it was because they couldn't find other workers. I forget, but like there was these people, they were like getting hurt during the job, and then there was nobody to. Or never mind. Forget what I just said.
But like, yeah, so like you understand then there are people who aren't in a position to negotiate for whatever reason. And there's plenty of reasons why you're saying someone is outdoing you in the marketplace. Or maybe you need the goddamn money. You have like let's say you need health insurance and this is the job. You can't wait a few more months.
That is somebody else outdoing you.
Oh, okay, great, sure. Understood, libertarian brain. So I just have to recalibrate myself to.
Let's change this from an employment. Let's remove this from an employment relationship. Let's talk about like a romantic relationship. What if a guy like can't get any girls? What if a guy can't get any girls? And like you talk to him and he's like, this is not fair, right? Like I have problems talking to girls. Like they should know this and date me anyway. This is bullshit. Why won't they just date me? Why do they keep breaking up with me? This is bullshit, right? I've seen this one girl. She just kept breaking up with guys over and over and over again. This is complete bullshit. She should get one guy and it should be me, and then she should stay with him. Like why is this fair? And the reality is it's fair because she can date whoever the fuck she wants, and she can break up with whoever the fuck she wants. Just like an employer should be able to hire whoever the fuck they want and fire whoever the fuck they want.
And also that guy can get girls too. He just can't get the girls he wants.
Yeah, and the worker can get jobs too, just not that particular job they want.
Hiring or firing. This was, I already had this job, and then this employer was adding work that had nothing to do with the job.
Yeah, right? This girl, she wasn't bitching in the beginning, but then she started bitching halfway through the relationship. It's bullshit.
She gained 50 pounds.
She gained weight. She shouldn't be allowed to do that.
That part's fine. I know you feel that way. But
I would put it in the contract. Okay. And I wouldn't, without a contract, I wouldn't just assume that a girl's not going to gain 50 pounds halfway through, because they often do.
Hold on, but like I'm a little confused as to your position. And sorry, actually, fuck, we're actually over time. Damn, I actually want to hear more of this, but I want to get to the next topic. So we can talk more about that later and we'll get everyone else involved again. But the battle will rage on between Lactoid and I about whether workers should be treated fairly or his thing, right? All right. But anyway, guys, thanks for being here.
His argument only works if there's government subsidies, which he's against. If he's against the government subsidies, if you remove the government subsidies, if you remove all of that, then you would have to say that you'd have to pay people a quote unquote living wage in order to keep workers to begin with, right? That's your argument?
Well, yeah, I'm saying that if you did get rid of all welfare, like businesses would have to pay you a wage to have you survive. Otherwise, they would run out of workers.
That's not what a living wage is, though, right?
No, I know. There's this expectation that like they owe you an iPad.
Because the second question would be like, what does quality of life come to the living standard that you think payment is? Does quality of life matter when they're talking about living wage?
Are they breathing? Are they sleeping? Are they eating?
Who owes you a quality of life? What does quality of life even mean?
Yeah, okay.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
So then, once again, my only admittance I need from you guys is that to understand that American companies can only thrive off of slavery, otherwise they just don't thrive.
Slavery.
Yeah.
What's slavery?
Bare minimum pay, no quality of life.
It's racist actually to compare this to slavery.
No,
okay?
I allow.
This denigrating slavery. I'm going to stand up as the white guy who listens to white rappers. I'm going to stand up for black people.
As an Arab who knows slavery was never only limited to America.
The Arabs did the most slavery, if we're being honest.
Yeah, exactly. And I know. And so, I'm just saying If Americans would just admit that you guys only
As
thrive
an
off the system that we
African-American, I second.
invented, as off the system that we invented, just admit that you guys can only thrive in that way, and I'm fine. Just admit to that, though.
This is fake
No,
news.
it's fake news. Like
No.
like if you here's a difference, right?
Because you're
So
saying
slavery-
these companies
No,
can
slavery-
No, you know what they're
When
mischaracterizing hard work and with slavery, because their only value is laziness and sloth. They want to be able to
True.
sit at home
only
and
value
they
is
want to be.
laziness and
That's what
sloth?
y'all are saying.
They want to sit at home
we
and
had to work
jork it.
40
That's all they want to
hours.
do.
I'm sorry, Prime. I'm
I had to
on your side
handle
with
some
this argument.
contracts for
Just wanna
another
jork it.
department. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. I can't
we
live.
do have to move on. We do have to move on. We have another topic, and yeah, let's just do the thing. But don't worry, we'll have this battle again. Lactode will continue being wrong and awful, so that won't end.
These workers just jorking it all day, and I'm trying to like stand up for businesses, but okay.
God, he's great. He's great. I really like Lactode. In case you guys didn't know, Lactode's great. Before we do that, guys, if you've been enjoying the content so far, consider supporting the channel. Consider supporting the channel. We do actually really do need your help out there. If you haven't done so yet, yeah, actually please help out the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. We're in a new month, right? Brand new month. And also this is September. So like if you get a sub, or like, you buy a sub or you gift a sub, then it is cheaper by a certain amount. This is 25% for like one sub. I think 5 subs also 25%, and then like I think 10 subs.
6 subs is 30%.
Yeah, 30%. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
But but if you get that 30% on all 12 subs, then you'll never pay full price for a sub. Right?
Sorry?
Can you buy 12 in advance?
Well, you mean like you
Yeah,
can
that's a good
actually buy like buy them in groups,
In advance,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, buy in
Right.
advance. So you can buy like a 3-month personal sub and then like a 6-month personal. I don't know if those are subject to discounts as well. I mean, there is an inherent discount in them, but I'm not sure if there's an extra discount during September. That's a good question though. I don't know. Someone give it a try. Sub for 3 months, 6 months, and let us know if there's a bonus.
Run the
Yeah.
experiment many times.
Naritas, thank you for the 300 bits. But yeah, guys, we do need your help. If you're out there, if you like this content, then help us out. Use your Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming. We do need your help. So if you're out there, I see a lot of unsub people. Consider subbing to the channel. I know you guys come back all the time. I know you enjoy the content, or you wouldn't be here, right? Other places, other things for you to do. So consider supporting this community, or we can't have this community, right? We don't do as many shows as we did before, but we don't get as much support as we did before, right? So consider supporting the channel so we can keep doing all of this. So sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs to support what we're up to here. And if you're on YouTube, if you're on, shut up, Corey.
You're on YouTube, you're forgotten.
If you're on YouTube, consider a super chat. And I, of course, have been checking for super chats the entire time. Of course, I have, right? And I resent that Corey always implies that I haven't been doing that. But if you are in YouTube land, you can become a member, right? Members are great. Membership is great. Membership helps out. Or you can become a YouTube, or you can do a super chat. And we have had none of those, so it's not even a problem. Why even Corey?
Yeah, Corey.
Yeah, Corey.
My bad. I take it all back.
Corey, if you were doing your job, you would have known that there were no super chats.
I'm a
to
better
point out.
worker. No one should hire me.
He's not the type of employee Doobie will look for. But
Too much blue hair and all that stuff.
all the blue hair. All the blue hair. If you give a super chat, we will read and react to the super chat. Especially now, Corey's finally on the job looking for them. But sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Hey, this is Mad Villainy. Thank you for gifting a sub. First time you've ever gifted a sub. Thank you. first time I've heard your name, to Wolfglen 99, who's been around here for quite a bit, actually. I hope they're still around here, actually. But thank you for that.
Okay,
Of
I have a
course-
question. I think I've earned it because I just bought the 6 month in advance to see what would happen. I don't think anything happens. I think it just every month it'll tell me that I subbed and I can send it. I think that's how it works. But now I'm curious, what's the difference between like do you get any special emotes for being like tier 2 or tier 3, or are there any special benefits to being tier 3?
Yeah, there are emotes you can get for I don't remember if we have tier 2 emotes, but I know we have tier 3 emotes. But yeah, you get
Ever used to have like tell somebody to shut up once a month or something like that, right? For 20 minutes or whatever it was.
Oh yeah. Ugh, it's really difficult to do in this
Okay.
because I know, but that wasn't well, actually, it was something you could get a certain amount of subs for that.
I
Hold
think
on
that
one
was for
second.
open panels only. If I
Yeah,
recall.
it was for open panels. Ugh, and it got very complicated, but still, it was also be profitable. Yeah, less than a minute left. Help us get to this hype train, which is almost here. Because we're a substitute channel, get them bits of sub. It's weird that your resub didn't show up. That should have showed up if you did it for like 6 months.
Because I was already current, like I'm not due for another resub. I think what happens is now for the next 6 months, it'll say I subbed again when really I just subbed in advance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you
That's
send a
how it works.
resub message, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
guys, consider helping out, and then thank you, Mad Villainy, for
But I do want to join the train, so I'm going to do a little bit of bits too.
Okay, well, thank you.
Because I don't want to lose all those emotes that I never use anyway.
You should. Finger, thank you for resubbing. With your Prime Gaming. Hey, thank you so much. Starting ourselves on a hype train. Aiko, for gifting 100 bits. Thank you so much, Finger, for being kind. Finger's been here for a long time as well. 36 months at the very least. Thanks so much. We're at 46% of a level 1 hype train. Help us get to level 2. Hype train, haven't had a hype train in a while. Sub to the channel, get bits, or give subs if you're in YouTube land. Help us out so that we can continue all this great content. You get ad free viewing and you get our emotes, and you'll be helping us out.
With Corey, I think I don't know channel points something. He'll attempt a handstand on his channel. That's what he does.
I will do that. I can do that.
Yeah. Will you do that for Prime? Like if we get level 2 hype train, will you attempt a handstand? This is my challenge to you.
The way I'm currently dressed,
then definitely, whatever it is, then definitely
It'll be worth more. Now we need a level 3 hype train so we can find out.
Then this will be the last hype train you ever have.
Well, then make
What did I tell you,
hype
Prime? These fucking workers just jorking it. That's what's happening.
Help us save this hype train. Subs to channel, give us subs. So I'm gonna introduce a topic, and hopefully by then someone else will have helped out the hype train. And again, if you're on YouTube, consider giving a super chat or becoming a member. All right. So the topic that I picked out for today, especially for all of you all, in 2021, Matthew Taylor Coleman allegedly murdered his 2 young children. It seems he is schizophrenic and, through the influence of QAnon, came to believe that his children had snake DNA and were a threat to humanity. He has been arrested and is currently awaiting trial. While in prison, he has repeatedly tried to mutilate himself and end his own life. He is being medicated against his will to prevent this. But what responsibility does the state have to keep prisoners from killing themselves? Should prisoners, especially ones that have been convicted, have the right to end their own lives? Do you feel like their lives are no longer theirs while they are paying their debt to society? Or do you think that, as a society, we have an intrinsic interest in valuing their lives? So, this is not a great story. Not a great story at all. This individual, father, he drove down to Mexico and then took a spear hunting rifle and he shot his 2-year-old and 10-month-old, killed them. And again, he thought that they were actually snakes, lizard people. He, under QAnon's influence, he came to believe his wife had snake DNA, and that she had given this over to his sons or his children. And so to save humanity, murdered his children. Really unfortunate situation. But again, he's in prison now, and he's like trying to hurt himself or trying to kill himself. Not over guilt, because apparently he still doesn't actually understand he did anything wrong. He's just out of his goddamn mind. And the state is doing everything it can to keep him alive. But should it have to? Should we care? Again, especially if they're convicted. Which he is not, as far as I know, yet convicted. But especially if they're convicted, does it matter if they serve out their time? Once they're under under custodial support of the state, does that mean that you need to stop a person from dying? So I will ask around. But before then, guys, help us save the hype train. Minutes, less than like 30 seconds left on the hype train. Consider helping out the channel. Now is a great time. We'd love to have your support. Can't do this without you. If you value this community, please consider helping out the hype train. We do need your help. Okay.
Yubi will show you his tongue.
Lactoid.
That's an incentive.
Yeah, so I think they should be prevented from killing themselves, actually. I think that, I've talked about this before, my idea of criminal justice would be that the people who commit a crime have to work off their debt, quite literally work off their debt to their victims. And them killing themselves
13th Amendment.
prevents... Yeah, exactly. There's a very specific exception in the 13th Amendment that I think is a very good exception, and we should be utilizing that more often. And if you kill yourself, or can I say that on stream? If these people end themselves, which I highly disagree with, I don't think people should do it. But if they do, then they can't work, right? And that's a problem. This is a very tough case because the dude's mentally ill, pretty seriously. And a concept in law is that when it comes to things like this, mens rea is important, where you got to show that somebody's not insane when they commit a crime in order to hold them responsible. And I struggle with this one because I don't know if he really knows what's going on and he really knows everything about him. So would I, in this case, I don't know what I would do in terms of holding him responsible to begin with, right? Or if he should be put to work, or what that work would even do at this point. But the answer for me is still easy for him, which is that since I'm against prisoners generally ending their own lives until they pay off their debt, I'm also against children or the mentally disabled ending their own life, because I don't think they can qualified consent to that action. And this guy he falls into either one of these camps. Either he's of sound enough mind that we're going to punish him and prevent him from doing it, or he is so far gone that we were going to prevent him from doing it anyway. So we should stop him from ending his own life if we can.
Thank you, Chabazite. Chabazite? I'm saying your name wrong, I'm sure, for subscribing for 1 month. Thank you so much. Enjoy your emotes and ad reviewing and being thanks for being so kind as to support the community. I appreciate it. Let's go to and also, yeah, if we could say, suicide, blow your brains out, whatever, right? As long as we're not encouraging it, right? I'm not telling people to do that. Shouldn't do that, actually. I think !suicide in chat for the national. That's not. Yeah, that's and I spelled suicide wrong. I'll try it again. I had a command for this. I thought it was an exclamation for suicide. Okay, I'll work on that. There's a command that gives the national not to do suicide. To get the hotline number. I had a
Suicide
command.
prevention hotline.
For prevention, suicide prevention. I had a number for that. It's not the national suicide. Not they don't assist you with the
Not
suicide.
the assistance.
They prevent.
He's in Canada.
Oh,
I had a command for this. I don't remember the name of the command. But in any case, right, we don't encourage it. But we can talk about it. So, go Steve.
Okay. So Definitely not until after somebody is convicted. I think if somebody is waiting trial, especially in something like a murder trial or any crime where there's like a victim, we need to keep these people alive because we need to get justice for the families, and we need to find answers through trial and have them serve their time and stuff. Also, for people who are convicted to anything that's less than a life sentence, I think the jail would have a responsibility to take care of these people in a manner, or at least like, make sure they're not ending their lives so that, they can hopefully rehabilitate and serve their sentence and then go back out as people. As far as people who have like a life sentence or a death sentence, I honestly can't really think of a reason to care. It might save money. The only reason I would be against it is because it's kind of an easy way out, and I want these people to be punished. I don't want people to be able to think that they can commit heinous crimes and then just go to jail and end their lives and be done with it and kind of get away with it. So that's kind of how I feel about all of it right now.
Thanks so much. And Corey.
Well, yeah, I mean, definitely it's a very harrowing story. Yeah, as of right now, I'm pretty conflicted. So, like my friend Lactoid, I'm in Canada, okay, and we have medical assistance in dying, and so that changes things a little bit, slightly, in my estimation, where like so I'm generally in favor of medical assistance dying in Canada, and I think we are on the brink or potentially on the brink of like approving it for mental health conditions. If in fact this person is schizophrenic, there might be a world where they would qualify for that. But then, like, yeah, if they're in prison, assuming I would ever advocate for the current prison system, but whatever, assuming they exist, basically, yeah, the way I currently fall, it's like I don't think we should be expending that many resources to keep someone alive if they're determined to actually kill themselves. Where generally speaking, I err on the side of respecting their right to kill themselves. But again, I'm sort of on the fence on this. But I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Let's go. I go.
I can imagine being on the fence, like if I had a different set of values when it comes to this topic generally. But even if I did, I couldn't be on the fence on this one. I mean, if he still doesn't understand why killing his children was wrong, then it seems to me, of course, I'm not an expert, I can't diagnose him, but it seems to me very likely that it would be difficult to prove in court that he's of sound mind. So even if there was a pathway, something similar to MAID, but for like people in prison, or the way MAID may one day be, which is mental health conditions and things like that, he would have to be of sound mind in order to make the request to begin with. Otherwise, we're just talking about some third party deciding that he should die, like without a trial or anything, right? Just determining that he's made a request and now we're going to give it to him because I don't know, he saves money for the state. I mean, I don't know what the benefit would be, right? Other than his request. So I almost want to say we would have to like add the condition that he's of sound mind before this even becomes debatable. I don't think anybody thinks that someone in his condition, in his apparent condition, should qualify for a request like this, even if a request like this were ethical.
UB, you're there? I guess not. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, let me tell you a harrowing story of my own. I was listening to some of y'all talking about harrowing stories. I got a harrowing story. It's a story about my tax dollars. Yeah, and it's a very harrowing story. And I've sat here. I've been doing while y'all been talking. I've been doing some research on the Mech Warrior clans. Let me move on.
Your research skills.
It's good research. I promise. You're gonna be
That's how you
impressed.
got your double doctorates.
That's how I got it. I'm the
All that
ultimate
research.
research king. All right. So did you know that lethal injection? It's the average cost right now is $1,286. The United States, via a quick Google search, to my source, spends between 30 and 95K, depending on the state. The national average is about 60K on a person in prison. And you know, I'm just sitting here going, "Holy shit, that's a lot of money." So the United States spends 81 billion on prisoners every year, housing them. We got a lot of people in prison. You know, I gotta be honest. Let me give you some numbers though. A cleaning kit for a Glock is $50. 1,000 rounds of 9mm is $200, and you can get a Glock for $600. That equals out to about, I don't know, less than $1,000. Like, you know what I'm saying? So less than $1,000, we can have these people solving our problems and not being a tax burden anymore. I don't know why we're not giving them a Glock and a whole clip of ammo the day they go into prison. Because every one of them that's getting rid of themselves for us is one less tax dollar going to a wasted individual, and we're actually using those tax dollars on allegedly productive members of society. You know, like, were these people living high on the hog? Have you seen what these people got in prison? They got cable TV. There's like some of these places are like for the rich, like the real ritzy, like minimum place ones. They barely got walls. They just go around. They got a track. They're getting 3 meals a day. They're going out there getting the best workout, and it's like a spa treatment, or it's like a summer vacation at boys camp for a year or two. This is ridiculous. Like, and we're sitting here going, "Oh, these prisoners have it so tough." Like, it's total bullshit. You know what they should be getting? They should be getting like rice, beans, and a cell with no windows. It's prison. It's supposed to be bad, and instead we're giving them $60K a year at average per prisoner. Outrageous. Except, and there's one exception to this: if I own stock in them, then maybe I could see a different way. But I don't own stock, so fuck these motherfuckers. They're taking all my tax dollars whenever we can solve the problem for less than $1,000 with each prisoner. And you know what's even crazier than that? Oh, it wouldn't be $1,000. It'd really just be the ammo and the gut cleaning thing, because we could just reuse the gun after they use it every time. Problem solved, and that's gonna save us even more money.
I love you very much, Gibbs. Let's go to Ollie.
Yeah, so I've said this before. Outside of like the reasoning, outside of the fact that we can't guarantee that the convention is 100% correct, I'm like all for the death penalty. If you killed someone, I don't really care if it was that you weren't in sound mind or whatever it may be. You killed someone, the penalty should be death, because I don't think prison is meant to be like just housing for murderers and rapists. I think it is meant for like rehabilitation for like small time criminals, and I don't think you're rehabilitating these type of people. So I don't know why we're keeping them alive. I guess it's until he's convicted, then do whatever you got to do. But yeah, I don't see why we would like spend any money to try to keep them alive unless we were putting them to work. And like, yeah, the only reason I wouldn't want to let them kill themselves is because like, yeah, you don't get an easy way out of, like, I'd like to make money off of that type of prisoner.
Do we know? Like, obviously it's not guilt, right? Because he doesn't think he did anything wrong. So do we know why it is he has? I couldn't see a motive in that article. Maybe I just missed it. But I don't. Is he doing it in order to avoid years in prison? Is he doing it?
The article isn't great because it doesn't even say, like, it just says that the physician at the prison believes that he has criteria for unspecified schizophrenia. It's like, it's not even like guaranteeing that this person is like schizophrenic or has any like real mental.
Right.
He believed his kids were lizard people.
Okay,
he doesn't seem to feel guilt for what he's done. That's the evaluation that we've gotten so far.
So him believing that his kids are lizard people, like he could be conspiracy brained, right?
No. Conspiracy brain is you think the government is run by lizard people, and that's already a little bit wacky. He believed his kids were lizard people.
And also, I came across an article, obviously I don't know how true it is, from the New York Post, where it's like he doesn't even seem to recognize, as in he still thinks his children are alive still.
Ooh.
Well, he said he thinks he saved the world. The mother of his children had lizard people DNA, which gave it to his children, and he killed them to prevent them from becoming monsters. And he said so what I heard was, he said he knew he did the wrong thing, but he had to do it to save the world, and so he thinks he saved the world, essentially.
Because they might grow up to become Democrats.
I always thought
that appears to be. I mean, based on what we're hearing, that's not outside the bounds of possibilities as to what being a lizard person means to him. You know.
I whenever I hear like stories like this, I always wonder like, what if he was right? And now we're like deciding to punish him, but like he did save the world. Oh shit! We don't know.
Well, first, I need to not to make light of the situation, but we all have lizard DNA and snake DNA in our DNA. Just a little FYI.
Oh.
You're like 48% of her genes with a potato or something, or a banana or something.
Banana.
Also, FYI, we all came from we the current theory and accepted fact is we all came from one singular cell.
We all came from one singular entity, and his name was
we would
God.
have to, right? Like it seems.
Just
wait, why would we have to? You could have multiple single cell organisms develop independently.
I don't want to go
Independent
down that road.
evolution.
You don't think
they
that
in the same place?
The kids were not lizard people.
baby,
Okay,
like,
let's get that first established. They were not lizards. This was a horrific crime. Should we really be? I think there's enough here for us to like credibly challenge this person's mental soundness to the point about what should we really be holding, like, and how responsible is this person for his actions? Because if I genuinely thought that like I was saving the earth, I mean, Jesus, like,
wait,
I mean,
hold on. Are you arguing though? Hold on. Even if this guy is like loony, like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, like, are you arguing that I want you to really argue this to me that my tax dollars should not only go to like helping this person who's already trying to kill his kids, but also keeping this person alive because they might be mentally unsound? Like, hey, maybe he's doing us a favor. You ever think of that? Like, that sounds cold, but maybe we don't want this guy breeding no more. Maybe he's the lizard person, right? Like,
yeah,
at least
he's
got lizard brain. He's got lizard brain.
Cold.
I mean, I'm just saying, maybe let's just let him go. Like maybe some genetics don't need to be passed on. Like, I'm just saying.
Well, I'm not saying we let him like have kids again. Obviously,
I'm just saying if he wants to do it, why do you want my tax dollars to go to pay to keep this guy alive?
Well, because we can make more tax dollars. We could make more tax dollars making him work, right?
But we're not going to. But we're not going to.
But we could
in the system that we have, though. It's only gonna. That's what Gibbs is arguing. The system that we have, though, it's just a money suck. Like there's really no.
Well, in the system
positive.
that we have, we're not gonna let him die, right? So like it's become the whole conversation becomes.
Well, no, that's what we're arguing within the system that we have. Should we continue to like let these people like do this, right? Like obviously, if we want to change the whole system, like then.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that when you have somebody who's like mentally ill to the point where they can't consent to actions, like. Would you guys be okay with a kid in juvenile hall doing this thing? I wouldn't be okay with that.
Well, no, I don't think this person. So that's what I'm saying. When we say mental ill, it's like this person didn't do anything for clearly like the majority of his life. He was able to have 2 kids, right? He was able to just it's not like the mental. I don't know if like the schizophrenia snapped at like 10 months after his second kid. Like I don't know. Yeah. But even if that was the case, which I don't necessarily think it was the case, I think he was maybe just a little stupid and just believed the conspiracy. That's what I'm saying. I think he just believed the conspiracy. I don't think he has like if we want to qualify that for mental illness, then I'm going to say that like religious people are also mentally ill, which I don't.
No,
I don't agree with that. So like, I think this person believed the situation, and so like. Yeah, even if he was mentally ill or snapped at that case, I don't see why keeping him alive would serve any benefit to anybody.
And I just want to, I guess maybe recognize the point that iCal made in his opening statement. I think actually largely addressed to me in terms of, and this might be also, the fundamental.
Because you're a monster.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll accept that. I'm Canadian. So yeah, you mentioned, I think the particular wording was like of sound mind. Okay. And, I think we have, I think battled a little bit when it comes to mate. And so it's like, sure. I've certainly asked myself the question of like, can someone, let's say severe depression, consent to their own, assistance in dying? And so is that like, you're of that opinion of like, let's say, like, as in Canada, they should not go down the road of like no mental health condition should qualify of like either severe schizophrenia, severe depression, severe whatever, severe Alzheimer's. Like that's out of the question for you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. Yeah, it kind of is, because when it comes to the mind, you're talking about the very mechanism that is supposed to be able to make like an evaluation of itself, and I think it's just very difficult to be able to trust that evaluation,
I
especially when you talk to people. Like I understand there's some people whose depression will never leave them, and they may never see value in their own lives, like for the rest of their lives, and now they're suffering forever. But maybe I'm biased by the fact that I had depression for 5 years, and it was all of those things, and after after there were things I did, and that may or may not have be related to this, but for whatever reason, at the end, my depression was lifted, and I haven't had a bad day since. And I'm not that. The thing is, I'm not saying that's true for everybody. It's absolutely not true for everybody. What I'm saying is, I have some doubts about being able to predict with accuracy whether or not that's the case. And certainly, a mind that is itself potentially not sound, or maybe you can be depressed and sound at the same time. But to me, that's just so fuzzy.
I
Like I
agree with
can't
you.
rely on that. Yeah.
That's why, like, I'm not entrenched in my position, but like
Right.
I can see a world, okay, of like the person with like severe Alzheimer's, like we can see on an MRI, like their brain is Swiss cheese, okay, but
Right.
they're requesting to die. It's like they have that, at least that much. That, let's say that's all they can say. It's like, please kill me, over and over. Like,
Mhm.
do I really want to deny that? And they can't take care of themselves. Okay, they don't know where they are. They don't recognize their family.
Okay, now you're talking about things that go beyond just mental illness, right? Like the brain is a physical organ. So if you're seeing things on an MRI, to me, that would fall under the category of what MAID currently is.
Okay.
And remember, my objection to MAID is not that it exists as an option. My objection to MAID is that I believe that it is encouraged inappropriately. That's the problem I have with
Okay.
it. So like people do make decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So based off what I heard, in terms of like, well, okay, I brought up like brain scans that we can see. There's something we
Right.
can evaluate, objectively. If we get to the place somewhere in the future of like depression, as in like we can scan your brain and maybe we now know more of like we can make some predictions of like you have the type of depression that's just not going to get better. Like you have misery for the rest of your life.
We would have to know, yeah, we would have to have that level of like clinical certainty. And if we did, then I could be moved on that subject. I still would not want to encourage it. In fact, under the model where I would prefer to allow it, I would want to discourage it multiple times before finally allowing it. Right? Like I feel like there needs to be some level of resistance so that you can like sort of means test what it is. Yeah, because there are plenty of people who make impulsive decisions, and I know even MAID has like some internal barriers to it, thresholds that you have to cross. You can't just say, I
One
want to self
suicide,
delete and you're
please.
gone that day. Yeah.
My
It's not
number
like
is one
it's not like the
suicide.
Futurama of Suicide Booth, right? But I would say we don't have that level of certainty yet, and I just want to err on the side of caution.
No, and I understand that, and I would generally, my kind of principle, I want to discourage it. But even, I think even your example, which I recognize, like, yeah, there are people that experience depression, and then for whatever reason, they recover and they don't experience it again, which I always hope the case for you. But to me, that's also like, in my mind, that's somewhat analogous of like, well, they can find the cure for your cancer like tomorrow, right? You never know. And like, but I think you're even on board of like someone who's like with terminal cancer, particularly terminal cancer. Like that's not a good enough argument to like prevent them.
Well,
Like,
to me, yeah, because to me, like life is a very high priority. It kind of has to be because I'm Catholic. But at the same time, there is one priority that's even higher, and that's consent. So at the end of the day, if the person does not consent to live, like who am I to stand in the way of that, right? I just don't want the government to encourage it or to benefit from it or to have like any conflicts of interest. And I think MAID is chock full of those things.
fair enough.
One quick aside here. One, I don't know where that command went. I know I had a command. I swear to God, I've used it a few times. I don't know, unless I'm making this memory up, but I know it's come up a few times, unfortunately.
Maybe it's suicide exclamation point.
It's, but it's it's not that.
But when you type that and then nothing happens, that's like makes it worse, right? You're just
it's
like
actually
saying
pretty
the
bad.
word for no
Yeah.
reason.
But
Hey guys,
I did create a new command here, right?
Okay.
And I did learn something because I was I was like, oh, I gotta find the number again, right?
Can't you see a list of commands?
Yeah, I did, but I can't. I swear to God, it was there. It's not in the list, but whatever.
Okay.
But anyway,
Maybe an old mod took it out.
maybe that's actually a possibility, I think. But anyway, I learned something. There was a change in the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. This happened apparently 2 years ago. It's now called the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, and you can simply dial 988 to access it. And this puts it in line with Canada. So in the US or Canada, you don't have to dial that long ass number, which I can never remember. Dial 988 if you are having suicidal thoughts, or I think in general, if you're having some sort of mental health crisis, acute mental health crisis, you can dial this number 988. So now you know. But I don't want this to be bogged down just by this individual's specific mental health issues. Because yeah, it's like Lactoid said at the very start of this. Does this guy does he have any idea what's going on? Is he fit to stand trial? It feels like he is not. Not an expert, of course, but feels like he definitely is not. So it limits the conversation. Fair enough.
I feel like there's really no ground for the other side except for maybe Gibbs's point that it's fun to kill people. But
no, it's
other
not
than
even
that,
it's fun to kill. Well, hold on, that's not even the point. The point is, listen, I hear the left, and I hear a lot of y'all. I sit here and talk. Yeah, you're fucking with my money, really. Like they're sitting here, they're talking about societal good. All the tax dollars proscribed for the societal good. Bullshit. There's no societal good coming of this. Even if this guy is nuts off the rocker, I don't see one good reason why we should be sitting here trying to keep this man alive. Like, what is the societal good coming from this? There's zero societal good. In fact,
this is interesting. So does this mean you're pro-Maid? Because one of the points that the Canadian number crunchers made, which was sort of scandalous. I think you remember the video that I'm thinking of, Corey, where there was an accountant who basically said, "This is how much money we will save if we can get this many people to do the program."
Well, here, and part of that is because Canada is
that could be your tax dollars if you were Canadian.
Well, that's because they're living in a socialist hellscape, so I guess it's an improvement. But here, I don't think we're at that point. But I tell you what, if we're keeping them as a prisoner, especially if they're like a death row inmate, or if this guy who's clearly batshit, and maybe what's worse, he might convert other people to a stupid lizard cult. Who knows? Sometimes they think crazy people are smart. I've seen stranger shit. We had David Koresh down here in Texas. Remember him? I could just wait. We could see that happen. It could be worse. So the idea that he's going to go off himself, I think is wonderful. It saves his money, and I don't know why we're not encouraging more of this for death row inmates. I don't understand the problem. In fact, I would even argue that we should just make that the easiest way to do the death penalty. Just hand them a noose, whenever they walk into their cell, and we don't have to have the death penalty anymore. That'll solve a lot of the problems. And the money.
Look, I think the main reason they haven't done it yet with this guy is Hillary Clinton was unavailable.
So, if you knew something about the Clintons, he would be dead for sure.
All right, wait. So okay.
Well, Hillary Clinton, 2 of her lizard offspring potentially got back. So
yeah. Wait. So what about
avenged,
then all the people? Then my worry, not even with this case specifically, but then all the people who would identify as QAnon, right? Or maybe they have the posts, whatever it may be. Then they probably share these same beliefs. And to Gibbs's point, is these people already have multiplied, right? If this person isn't actually schizophrenic and is just a believer of whatever, and that's its own mental condition, right? Being a believer, this type of believer of a conspiracy. That means a lot of these people are walking around with that mental condition, and so then do we start pre-prescribing people if you're just walking around with QAnon, which would be QAnon is the Trump team, right?
On average, probably.
Yeah, I think
QAnon is Trump.
This is a false equivalency. That's not.
I don't think it's a false equivalency. I'm just saying. So
Trump is not QAnon, but QAnon is
QAnon is Trump. Yeah. So I mean, to
What?
Gibbs's point, they already are. Yeah, QAnon
One is a subset of the people who love Trump and vote for Trump and want Trump or whatever.
Sure, some QAnon people like Trump.
QAnon is a subset of that.
No, QAnon.
Yeah, because he's
people are
defending them from whatever the reptilians or whatever. I'm sure. He's figuring them out, yeah.
Right.
exactly what it may be. So then, like, is everyone like are all those people then also schizophrenic? Like, is QAnon like held responsible for convincing this person?
So you're
that
talking about
they're
Minority
people?
Report, like they might do something in the future and therefore just like
Well, no,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
hold
get
on,
rid of
even
it
if they're
it sounds-
QAnon,
it
most
sounds
of
like
these
they
people
have-
aren't
it sounds
acting
like
out
they have
on it.
little sleeper cells.
I live
That's
in
what it
QAnon
sounds
headquarters here. Like this is where the whole the movement started about JFK Jr. being alive and going to be the vice president and all that stuff. That came from here. They're
I think there's a
They're
difference
QAnon.
between there's a difference between you have somebody who's believes in some kind of delusion, right, and somebody who's like actually like mentally gone to the point where they can't be held responsible for their actions.
Mhm.
I agree with you that like there is a line here, and it's not exactly clear always where this line is.
Yeah.
But if he is schizophrenic, and like if he's under complete misunderstandings about the world, and his thoughts are scattered, and he doesn't hold the same opinion today as he does yesterday, and he doesn't understand why he's in prison, and he doesn't know what he did is wrong, or maybe he doesn't like even fully understand what he did. Like those are kind of you're starting to check the list down, the check all the check boxes on the list of serious mental illness, right? Serious. This person doesn't know what they're doing.
So all I have to do to get away with murder, and then being like so serious, is just be like, is not understand like what I was guilty of, and just claim that I thought it was lizard people, and like in accordance to like kind of like not in what you're saying, but you're kind of defending it. So if
Well,
I just,
and-
like,
and-
no,
well, and
I
be
don't
good
even know
enough-
what I'm in jail for. Like, what happened?
Well,
I didn't do anything wrong.
right, but
He's
you
an innocent person.
got to be good enough also to like convince the psychologist of this.
This is
But
also
the
like
other
an-
thing
Well,
is,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
and like Corey said, there
to
may
me,
be
these
even
people-
brain scans they could
Yeah,
and brain
these-
scans,
these-
especially with
these
schizophrenia,
people-
right? There are
these
physical
people-
changes that show up for that.
the far gone, like the flat Earth, the we didn't land on the moon type, like the Zerka types, like these types, I do believe. Just like honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, hey, if you get caught doing this shit, like just play this route. Because like once again, he went through his whole life, and like I highly doubt he just snapped into schizophrenia. I understand.
Well,
that
but
you know what?
honestly,
Zerka's a good example.
that
Zerka-
backs the claim, by the way.
Here-
The fact
no,
hold
here's
on,
my thing.
that backs the claim that
What?
he was normal up until this.
no, see,
He was a
here's my thing.
surfing teacher. Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
here's
known. He
my
went to
thing.
surfing school.
Like most people who
and he had
snap
2
with
children
schizophrenia-
and was married. Like,
Yeah, the people who snap with the schizophrenia, I don't know, are like it doesn't seem like they're coming off of like a QAnon train. It seems like they're doing something erratic. It's not that they're killing their kids because it's like lizard people. This seems hyper specific.
No. Wait. This sounds like, just so we're clear, like this does sound
I'm not a
typical
medical
schizophrenia,
expert.
right? So, well, I'm not a medical expert, but like I do have experience like dealing
Yeah.
with people.
But there is
schizophrenia.
another question
And-
here, right?
I don't have
Real quick,
experience.
Aiko. When
Yeah.
it comes to people with schizophrenia, like
Mhm.
they'll often fixate on a particular like theory of like paranoia. This particular theory of like it can be something as wild as like God instructs me to do this, and
Okay.
now I have to do this.
Yeah,
right?
that's like
It's
a
very
sign.
common. But then you also have like bizarre ones, right? Like sometimes like people will associate things with actors, right? So like Leonardo DiCaprio, I need to meet with him, and then we're gonna like take on like the demons that live under this place like together, and then he's waiting for me at this one place, and I know this because he put devices in my cereal that let me know that he was like shit like this. And when they start going off in this like rambling kind of like theory, like immediate like recognition of like, okay, this person has some kind of like schizoaffective or some kind of like issue grasping
Yeah, I guess
reality.
we just don't have too much
And
information on
And
it.
this sounds like this because schizophrenia often actually does like hit you at a certain age, and there's environmental triggers. So you can be completely normal, and then like you hit that age, or you start hitting these environmental triggers, and it's usually probably a mix of like genetic and environmental factors. But then when you start hitting those triggers and you start to develop it, it can pretty rapidly onset over the course of a couple of years. And you can have somebody who's perfectly normal, and then like 4 years later, they are fucking gone.
But so there's another question, which is that you have these people like they're. I don't think QAnon turned him crazy. I think QAnon just took advantage of the fact that he was crazy. And this is one of the things that I used to read about a lot back when QAnon was like a bigger movement, and it was that it was like a magnet pulling in these people, any like people who were had critical thinking skills were going to instantly pass it up, right? So the people that it was able to draw in by definition were people who had some of these problems processing information.
It's a lot of conspiracy
And it was like, from interviews and stuff like that from the early days of QAnon, it was like halfway started as a joke, but it also became a method of weaponizing mental illness and getting these group of people
Sleeper cells.
to at least like do what you want. In this case, that would be voting for Donald Trump, right? Or supporting him in other ways. It got to the point where it backfired so badly that in the 2020 campaign, the letter Q was banned from Trump rallies because they understood how crazy it made them look. You couldn't have a Q on your T-shirt. You couldn't have it on a sign. You couldn't have any of that stuff
That's
because they
censorship.
understood. Yeah. So the group of people that did QAnon, they definitely had some political motive in mind, and they were sort of weaponizing mental illness in a way that I don't want to say it's new, but it's a way where social media has made it scale in a way that it never did before.
Well, it's interesting you say that, right, to me, and I'll tell you why it's interesting. And like, I don't know we're gonna get on the QAnon thing, but so this is kind of what the Republicans and the right have been saying about the left for years, right? And whenever it comes to QAnon, y'all are just willing to be like, oh, look, they're crazy, they're all schizophrenic, like yada yada, critical thinking skills, etc., etc. But when the right does that, and they say something like, oh, I don't know, dysphoria or something, or like then all of a sudden those people we don't want to
Foia.
call this
It's
dysphoria.
dysphoria. He's just trying.
Yeah,
He's
Oh,
the one
dysphoria,
about it.
dysphoria.
I'm just saying, it seems like it's like, oh, this is an actual mental illness, but we're gonna credit this whole movement to like a mental illness and not them be like, oh, they have their own reasons for thinking
Other-
this, but we're gonna go, hey, this other one, we're just gonna enable this. I agree, Aiko, it is different. One of them's blatantly taking advantage of mental illness and enabling that to continue and spread. The other one is just like, oh yeah, I guess they can throw in some conspiracy theories out there.
No. You can
tell me what's the difference here.
You can downplay it all you want. QAnon was like the anonymous for the right side. That's what it was. It was the whole like against Antifa or whatever it was. And their whole thing is that
there's a lot of people against Antifa, bro.
It's a whole
That was
flat
not QAnon.
earther-
It feeds into paranoia specifically.
Yeah,
it's
it feeds into
the
paranoia.
whole basis of QAnon is that Donald Trump is risen to fight the deep state run by the lizard people and the flat earth.
Oh, here we go. Listen, you're combining a lot.
That's
Listen,
what
I got
QAnon is.
to wait.
No, a lot of that iconography
people
that's
in it, I'll
popular
tell
now
you.
came out of QAnon, even if the people who are doing it just as a joke and they don't really believe it. But still, it came out of
They built
QAnon.
a cult out of it. It's just
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it's just like the birds aren't real thing, Come on, birds aren't real.
that's part of that.
I agree. It started out as a joke,
that's a
yeah,
joke,
but it
bro.
became
It's a joke.
weaponized, yeah.
You guys are also getting conspiracy
And birds
theories
aren't
mixed
real.
up, just to be clear.
Mhm,
what?
that's what I'm saying.
QAnon was very specifically about like rings of pedophiles that exist within the
Yeah.
government.
Yeah, and
That's
Donald Trump is
common
going to come
pizza.
for the deep state.
Well,
In
yeah,
2017, there were going to be
Trump-
mass arrests.
called the storm, and Trump
Yeah,
was
the
going to like
storm.
arrange this. And
Yeah, but when you start
and it
getting
never
into the deep state-
materialized, and very much like every conspiracy theory, it
It
adapts. It morphs and adapts to accommodate the fact that its predictions never come true.
So then my question then becomes, the QAnon stuff started getting filtered on Twitter and on other social media and stuff like that. Then there was a big debate as to whether or not that was politically biased, that they were doing that with QAnon. And then, of course, Elon comes in and he makes it so that QAnon is not banned anymore and so it can go all over the place. And so I'm not going to say...
Is okay with what happened, right? That these two. Yeah,
Hey, friend, your sound cut out.
You're cutting off, yeah.
My sound cut out?
There you go,
Yeah,
you're good.
It's
for some,
back.
yeah.
Am
Now
I,
you're
am
good.
I back?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
sorry.
know what happened. Yeah, go ahead.
Has
Yeah,
happened
it
once.
was probably Elon Musk trying to stop me from talking about this. No,
He does
it
that.
was. So I just want to say that he's very much against the idea that certain kinds of speech can be dangerous, right? But this is an example of a certain kind of speech that is dangerous, and so that I'm not in this moment saying that Elon was right or previous Twitter was right. I'm just saying that's another conversation to have. Is that, we all know what memes are, right? But memetics as a field is about certain ideas repeating in a way that causes people to act on them. And if it's designed specifically to deal with people who are, or to manipulate people who are mentally ill, that sounds really dangerous to me.
You also be careful not to expand that, though, right? Because, like, in my opinion, QAnoners have like more evidence for their beliefs than people who believe in rank control. But I'm not about to stop people from expressing that belief on the internet.
If people start murdering each other over rank control, I might consider it.
I would argue that they're gonna start doing some really bad shit because their belief in rank control.
And then we'll have to deal with it.
I'm sure, Lactoid, you could
like vote for Kamala Harris. Worse than murder.
Exactly. Elon Musk is also the same person who thinks cis is a hate.
Yeah, that's right.
Is a slur.
That was hilarious, by the way.
So he is willing to ban speech. It's just speech that he doesn't agree with.
Yeah. What a surprise!
Is it not a slur? Have you ever heard it used not as a slur though? Tell me it's not.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's an organic.
I'm going to assert that cisgender
I'm a
is
cisman
ableist.
myself. I'm a cisman myself.
I think
I've
it's
never
an
once heard
ableist
anybody
word.
refer to somebody as a
It's a different thing.
They're like,
But I
it's
am
just
a
these
little
people
cis
list.
white males slur. That's what it sounds like.
I literally referred to myself as a cis male earlier today.
I don't believe you. If you did, get out
You're
of
a self-hating cis male, all right?
Get out of those circles immediately.
I'll
Like,
show you
I think that if you want to
live.
make me use a term to refer to myself, like, don't make it something that's so hard for somebody with a lisp to say. Okay,
We're
like
not-
cisgendered.
Okay.
That's
That's
ableist.
fine. We're not making you say anything, of course. You can say.
Oh, now, but just wait.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Right. Any second now. Right. Yeah. Lactoid
Unironically, no,
Yes.
hold on. You're saying this, but unironically, like when I was in college, which I know is like the hive mind for like left wing thought or whatever, I get it.
Mhm.
But like there absolutely were like
Not where I
classes
went to college.
and sure, but the 95% of these fucking colleges, like there are like groups and classes and stuff where they will ask you to like identify if you're cisgendered. And it's like, initially that was a very difficult word for me to be able to say. I got it down pretty pat now, but like
They also
Jesus,
ask
ridiculous.
you for your name. They also ask you to introduce yourself.
They might
and
ask you
give
for your
a few
pronouns
details.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
they-
yeah, because
they
because
actually-
because the likelihood. Okay, here's the reality. Like, I also don't have to identify if I have 10 fingers every single time I
There
introduce
could be a
myself.
class where you.
Despite the fact that there are people sometimes who have less than 10 fingers or more than 10 fingers. Like the
than
obvious
10
solution here, fewer. Okay, the obvious solution here is
Less
just to,
fingers
like,
would be like Trump. They're really short,
Sure. The obvious solution here
cheap
is
shot.
just to make assumptions. And then, like, if they're wrong, like, oh, actually, the assumption was incorrect. Here's the correction. Okay, and then we move on, right? That's the obvious solution, as opposed to have to like burden society with like me having to put in an extra
my
word
God.
whenever I identify
Lactoid.
myself.
We don't have to
You know
go
how much
down this
time
route.
is wasted?
I had
We're
a-
talking millions of hours,
Lactoid-
right?
Oh my God.
If every conversation,
Most of the
millions of
left
hours.
literally
Also-
agrees with you on that.
Also-
Most of the
also-
left
Do
don't
they,
give a
though,
shit if you make a
to-
mistake the first
to put
time
in
and you
up
correct
to
it.
USB 3.0, right? If you put in the USB wrong, right? Like if you flipped it, then you got it wrong. You couldn't put it in, and you have to flip it, right? You have to flip the USB to get it into the computer, right?
that's a
How
good
many
point.
people, like across the globe, got that wrong? They go to put the USB stick into the computer, right? And they don't do it right the first time. Think about the
The answer is
productivity loss.
50%.
Think about the 50%. Think about the
Yeah,
productivity.
and in a
loss
world
over-
in a world where
Oh.
50% of society is trans, maybe you'd have a point.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, no, but my point
he
is,
couldn't say it with a
dude,
straight
I already
face.
fucking, oh my God, Lactoid. I
No,
don't
he's
even know
just
why you're doing this.
advocating for
This
a
is
new
like
protocol where
conservative-
it doesn't
This
matter.
is fucking conservative catnip, right? Oh my God, the pronouns, right? Like he brings
Our
it up
pronouns are
because
always
it makes him
correct.
so happy. Lactoid, I literally already agree with you. You already know I agree with you on this. We've talked about this previously. I
My
don't-
only point was
Everybody
that
does,
hive
everybody
mind
does.
universities don't necessarily always agree with you.
It's a
I
straw
understand,
man.
I understand
Most-
that you guys. Hold on. I understand that you guys are like portraying yourself as the reasonable left, right? Because that's what you guys do. But what I'm saying is that, like, if you go to one of these, go to
Listen,
college.
I have a Mickey Mouse.
university,
Listen, I have a Mickey Mouse
other
voice.
side.
Okay, sometimes when I go to when I go to like a fast food place or whatever, I'm talking into the speaker. They will assume that I'm a woman because of the way my voice sounds. It happens sometimes. I mean, I'd say that maybe less than 10% of the time, but every once in a while it happens. And I don't freak out. They see me and they see my big ass beard, and then they're like, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were a woman." And that was it.
Now that you're
Nobody
saying
gives a
it,
shit.
I can
Yeah.
definitely hear that, like a deep,
Yeah.
like woman with a deep voice.
Yeah, I have a sultry, feminine kind of,
Sultry.
beautiful voice.
Yeah. I can hear that.
I don't know. The one thing that I hate more than a fun fact about myself is if I have to say my pronouns first.
Oh
Okay, it's
That's
much
the
more
I'm not gonna
obnoxious.
lie, I kind of agree. I was in a college class and I had to like specify my pronouns, and like I have like no problem with like any of that stuff, but like I don't know, it just kind of bothers me that we have to like guess or something now. Like I don't know, it just
Guess what?
like not assume people's genders and stuff like that. Like if it's like specific to you, then that's just who you are, and you just like make that clear, and it shouldn't be
I think
anything
everyone agrees
further
on
than
that, right?
that.
Is there anyone in this panel
Not
who thinks that you got to
colleges, though.
clarify pronouns the first time you meet them?
No.
I mean,
Wait,
we
wait,
all
wait.
think that's
You
dumb,
guys
right?
are being the reasonable left. I get it, but what
There are
we're
a lot of
saying
people that
is
are
that
not
you
reasonable.
obviously don't understand how far left.
Yeah, Prime is
some
far from
places
reasonable.
have gotten.
Don't you-
Okay, but
And-
okay.
Your
But-
voter base is made up of these psychos, okay? And I understand that you guys are pretty reasonable, but like we're just complaining.
No.
We're complaining.
No, but
Those
hold on,
psychos
hold
are
on.
outside of the DNC protesting.
No,
okay?
no, that's not
We
true.
saw
All right.
them a couple weeks ago.
Okay, a lot of them.
No, I
Fair.
will give you-
Probably a lot of them are, but not all of them. Okay.
because they
No,
hate Democrats.
That's
They're
not true,
definitely not voting
Iko. This is why this is not true. I like you say, just in your own scenario, right? I've had situations where I've been out in sales and like we've been at like a store and I've gone and I say something like thinking I'm talking to someone, I'm like, oh man, I talked to them on the phone, and they immediately freak out and they're like, oh, I'm a sir, or vice versa. I'm like, sir, they're like, man, oh my bad, and I just like they're like, oh, I can't believe it, and they're just going off and off and off, and I'm like, bro, and I finally what I've just started usually doing this happens like, I don't care if you're a fish. I'm just trying to save you some money. What are we trying to do here? Like you know what I'm saying? Like, let's get this going. Like, you're wasting my time, or you're buying. And like, it is a waste of time. That's what it is. Every time someone's mad, it's a waste.
Guys.
Yeah, but the people who freak out most about that are cis straight men who just don't like being taken for a woman. They're the ones who freak out the most.
The insecure males.
Absolutely. Yeah, the most insecure ones. Guys, I hear you once again. Like, look at the reaction from Lactor. I looked at the reaction from Gibbs. Like I said, conservative catnip. When you talk about pronouns, they can't help themselves. It makes them
Insecure
very
males.
happy.
Wait, I'm gonna say more.
gonna
This is more conservative catnip. Wait, real quick. This is more conservative catnip.
Here we go.
This is about the black community, okay? Because Prime.
We gotta spread it around,
I'm
everybody gets something.
gonna make a general observation. I've been watching recently on YouTube these videos of this gas station clerk, and he'll
Post
film
the
himself
black
fucking
culture.
with people, and he's like in a black area, okay, like entirely black area, and one of the things is it's relatively innocuous,
Is he white?
but he no, he's Indian, I think.
Okay.
All the stereotypes, right? And they'll come in and they'll like ask for like a Swisher Sweet or something and a lighter, and he'll give them a pink lighter, and 9 times out of 10 they will freak the fuck out and start like yelling at him and demand a blue lighter or a green lighter or like some kind of like, and he's like, and they're like, what the fuck? Like, what, like, who do you think I am? What do I want this fucking lighter? And like, they're throwing the lighter back at him.
Yeah.
And then sometimes some of them, not most of them, but some of them will like get violent and start like, like destroying the
Yeah.
store.
So
If they don't get the properly color.
they-
I would agree is a little bit of fragility, maybe. Okay. All
I
right.
agree.
That's fair enough.
That's
A little
called
bit.
gender. That's
A
called
lot of it.
gender affirming care. Gender affirming equipment, right? Like they want their gender affirmed. You give them a pink, right? And it applies to them that. Wait a minute, am I not a man? Like, do you think I'm anything less than a man? And they think women are less than men, right? And so to correct that, no, I need a blue lighter because that proves I'm a manly man, right? Yeah. So I
no,
get it.
there was one dude though.
100%.
There was one fucking dude. This older dude. He walked in and like the dude like threw him a pink lighter, and like he just picked it up no problem. And the attendant was like, is that cool with the lighter? Is no any problem with that? Trying to like goad him, and he's like, it's just a lighter, man. Like just give me my smokes. It's like hurry up, I got a bitch in the car. And I'm like, that's a fucking man right there.
That's a
Like,
man.
hurry up, I got a bitch in the car. I'll take whatever lighter you give me. Like, hell yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, I agree
Anyway,
with that.
let's go back to suicide. Happier topic. So I wanted to refocus the conversation on a person, people that we can all agree are mentally sound, right? Mentally sound individuals. Doobie's gone, and it makes me really sad.
No, it's Corey.
No, I'm here.
Oh, it's Corey's gone. Oh, Dibby, you're back. Oh, Dibby's back, and now Corey's gone. That also makes me sad. Okay.
Wait a minute. I don't think I've ever heard them both talk at the same time.
Oh,
Oh, good
God.
point.
I'm still here. Just the StreamYard for crashing me. I'll be back.
But in any case, I wanted to like refocus the conversation on people who we believe are mentally sound, and whether they should be able to end their lives. I think, from like I say that I'm a social libertarian, right? And that people should be able to do what they want with their own bodies, right? If you want to ingest a drug, go ahead. We should warn you against doing that if it's dangerous. But if you'd like to do so, then off you go. So if I have that standpoint, then I feel that it should be fine for a person to take their lives. And let's say they're already convicted at this point, right? That they should be able to take their lives. But it feels, and this is not like, this isn't separated from my logic here, right? It feels wrong because it seems like they're cheating society of their punishment, right? Like, hey, we convicted you of this, and now you're somehow escaping the crime, and it also feels like, on the other end, as a societal note, that prisons should do something, right? Because while I am stipulating this person is of sound mental health, like from the prison's perspective, they don't know that, right? They see a person trying to hurt themselves, and so that sounds like a person who is not of the right mind, and that happens all the time. You can go in healthy in prison, and that changes, right? So I don't. It's difficult to see how, from their perspective, they could allow this, right? Because if any of you think that a person who is mentally disabled shouldn't have access to be able to end their lives because they're not of sound mind, then how should the prison even know at that point, right? So it feels like they should intervene. I don't know. These are my thoughts. What are your thoughts?
No, I agree. I think a lot of people that kill, that murder people, a lot of the times they try to get out of it by just killing themselves. So if we just like start to make this a common thing where once you go to jail, you can just kill yourself, then jail doesn't seem so scary anymore. So I think the scary part about prison is that you're forced to live there, and like face your punishments and stuff. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. Like, I also agree. Like, we spend a lot of money on keeping these people alive who don't really deserve to be alive. But on the other hand, it is a punishment. So that's my only argument.
I think that I totally disagree with that. Though it depends. I think that if you have like somebody who's in prison for life, right? I think we should give them like a suicide button that just seals off their cell and loads it with gas or something. They kill them, right? Whenever they want. But I also don't think that we should be imprisoning people for life anyway. I think that if somebody's done something bad enough, they want them there forever. You should just kill them, right? Like, because otherwise it doesn't make sense to pay for them, like, at all. Like, why not just kill that guy? However, I think that the average prisoner is maybe there for 10 years, 15 years, or something, 5 years. These kind of people, I don't think we should be encouraging them to kill themselves. I think that we should. I don't think that the point of prison is to like punish somebody. Really, I think that's like part of it. But I think that we should be focusing on rehabilitation if there's any possibility that they're going to get out in the future. Right. So the punishment is taking away their ability to move freely, right? To just do whatever the fuck they want. But I think that the other side of it should be, hey, you're also forced to do things to make you a better person, to go to therapy, to go to learn a skill, to do something so that when you get out of here, you can build a life for yourself, right? I think that if you think of the time spent in prison as the punishment, I think that just seems twisted to me. Not twisted. That just seems backwards to me in some way.
Yeah, I don't see how it's them killing themselves is like like they're escaping like their punishment. I mean, not that I'm an advocate of the death penalty. I think but whatever. People advocate for the death penalty for a reason because like they see it as a punishment. And so like if they want to, let's say, take punishment in their own hands by again ending their own lives, I don't see, at least right now, like why not per se. Or I'm curious, how would you approach of, let's say, a prisoner goes on a hunger strike? Okay, they stop eating and drinking. Would you just start like force feeding them and like start force hydrating them?
That's a really good question. Is that to me or is that to Ghosty?
Well, I guess to Ghosty and I maybe to iCow because
No, I wouldn't. I mean, because at least with that, like you are suffering. Like if you're gonna starve to death, that's like a pretty.
you really want this punishment aspect. That's really critical
Well,
for you.
I don't. I want prison should be a deterrent. So I don't want people to just see prison as like something that they can just leave at any time, basically. So I just want there to be a deterrent so that people at least
Get out of life free.
fear something. Yeah, like fear
Yeah,
something
because,
for
like,
doing something.
Most people
are
fear
afraid of
death.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not just like
The thing-
you're
the
not just
deterrence isn't
leaving
gonna
prison, you're
apply to
going the
schizophrenic,
fucking
though.
void to
So,
who knows
Doobie,
where,
could
right?
you say it again? You sound a little low, friend. I don't know why.
Oh,
Yeah, you do.
sorry. I was saying that, like Corey said, most people do fear death, right? Even if they're religious and they think God is waiting for them or whatever. Still, dying is like very scary, right? You're not just leaving. They're not just leaving prison and it's like easy. Like if that's the decision they're making, I'm sure that's also very difficult. And at that point, well, then if they're fucking gone, then what do we care? We're no longer. They're not a threat to anybody anymore. We're not paying for them anymore. So like whatever.
These
Well, I
are like
think-
mass murderers, though,
Yeah,
that often kill themselves anyways.
Ghostie's gonna like. I want the person to be punished, and I want them to live
Okay,
out the punishment. That would be the like. It's a personal thing. Why do you care? There's no like negative. Obviously, agreed. But like the idea would be like, well, no, I want this person to suffer for the crime they committed, and like, yes, death is scary, but it does seem like easier than like living out your days.
Okay,
at, like
Isn't it like-
being
isn't it
Yeah,
like-
but how does deterrence
I-
work
I-
against a
yeah.
schizophrenic though?
I want
That's
to
the question.
clarify first. Ghosty, would you be okay of like now prisoners, they have access to killing themselves, but it's specifically through like they gotta roast themselves. They just go into a burn pit. Is that good enough for you? They get the suffering and they die. Is that
Yeah.
good enough for you?
Something like that, or maybe even just like something public.
Okay.
I
There we
don't
go.
know.
Something
me and my
public, that's what I'm talking about.
I've talked about this
On that
before,
page at all.
and I've had this. Me and other people have talked about this before, and we had this idea where like instead of like life in prison or the death sentence, so it is like your life in prison, but every day like one cell either fills up with like water or like sets on fire, and you don't know who it's going to be.
Kill prison on Earth.
It could be like totally random. I don't know. Like I just think we need something more
Well, like, what's the purpose
to like
of
stop pedophiles and like
wait,
because it's
Lactoid.
scary.
I'd say we bring gladiators back.
Lactoid asked what the deterrent would be for like schizophrenics potentially, right? So this person, like once again, for me it would be the recommendation that if anyone sees a sign, then they know that this could potentially lead to something. Then they would go get checked at like the earliest sign, or like the friendship would check at the earliest sign.
Oh, hold on, you're
Right?
not gonna hold on. Just to like be clear on the schizophrenia thing, you're not gonna know it's a sign. Like you're just gonna suddenly
Because it
start
affects
to
the thing. Yeah.
Okay, so like I lived with a girl who had schizophrenia. She would just like be watching a show,
Okay.
and she'd be like, "Oh," she would stop it and turn to me and be like, "Hey, see, this is what they mean by that." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "They're telling us that this is
Okay.
what's going down today," and you're just like, "No, this is just the plot of the show." She's like, "No, the hidden message here, every X letter means this," and like she wouldn't think there's anything wrong with that, and like I could be like, "Yeah, let's go get you committed," but how are you gonna go commit like an adult? Like to like whatever. Like
There's a
if she-
process.
Right. And
There's
so
a way,
one
but
time,
it takes
one
it
time
takes
the
a-
police even showed up for something that went down, and they were talking to her, and she was like, "Hey, well," she's like, "Well, do you have any conditions?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm a paranoid schizophrenic." And they're like, "Well, do you take medication?" She's like, "No, I don't believe in the medication." Yada yada. Well, here's the thing: what do you do in that situation? Well, I guess sometimes you should be legally required, but it's also like, what right do you have to like force this person to like take this meds? Like, she's not a danger to anybody generally, right? Like, that's like whatever.
Also
But I guess
fine.
like she could be if she's like crazy. So like. I don't know, like it's not like something they're just gonna know. Like, it's
Yeah,
happening.
yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, I
And
got
that's
a
the scariest
sign.
thing. It's
Also,
the scariest thing with
well-
mental illness. Like you don't know what's happening because the organ that you use to sense what the problem is is the thing that's
Well, then
experiencing
the
the problem.
alternative
Right?
would be to like bring back the wards then and keep them in wards. If that's like, if we're gonna argue for like this person didn't know what they were doing, should we allow them to kill them? Then just keep them in a ward. If they committed a
Well,
crime,
well, to be clear, that's what we
Yeah.
do for people who have been convicted of a crime, but or like not convicted of a crime, but if people are found not guilty by reason of mental defect or insanity, like they don't just get let go. That they absolutely do get committed after that, right? Especially if they've like killed somebody. And in fact, in some people's opinions, like it's actually worse to be held in these facilities as opposed to going to like a Gen Pop prison, because in these facilities, like they're much more regimented and you
So
are
then-
pumped full of drugs.
the whole argument should be like, should those then exist, right? Like, should the wards exist for the
They need
like,
to be better.
heinous crimes when you say better right now you're talking about like these are people who committed heinous crimes. Now you want better quality treatment for them, which is Gibbs's argument of these people shouldn't be treated better because these are going to be through like tax dollars.
Wait a minute, hold on. Before we get
okay.
before we get to that.
That's
I'm
right.
sure if I
That's
rounded it
goddamn
all up,
right.
But,
connected all the trains.
but before we get to that, like Ghosty, I think it's an interesting assumption you're making. Well, first of all, I think lots of things you've said here have been really interesting. Like
I
we're learning
agree.
so much about Ghosty. She's usually very quiet, and we know now because she's fucking bloodthirsty. She wasn't sure how we'd handle it.
Her and Gibbs are related.
Suffering.
Yeah,
I've been saying gladiatorial games.
Her and Gibbs are related somehow.
But anyway, Ghosty, I think there's an interesting assumption you're making. So, like you said, right? Like among these prisoners who would be killing themselves, these are the mass murderers, right? But why would that be limited to them, like the worst of the worst, right? I think, and maybe my understanding of prison is correct, so someone can correct me, but death row has its own separate like section, right? And I think they have like they're like solitary effectively within that section, right? Like their processes are different from like the rest of the population. That's my understanding. I could be incorrect. But like everyone else, let's say I'm convicted for, well, not me, right? Because I wouldn't do this. I'm not going to be a stereotype. Lactoid still is a stereo, right?
The last thing I would do. I don't need a stereo, and I don't want to lose my license.
Listen to all these white rappers. Needs that stereo.
White rappers influence them. That devil music, actually. Yeah. So he steals a thing, right? Something that a white man of his stature would steal, and he gets sentenced for a certain number of years, right? Well, he's in prison like everyone else is, right? And he's suffering American prisons, which, as we know, are often horrible, right? And for people like, and this is a serious thing, sexual assault is a thing that happens, right? People suffer, right? Some people are like tortured by other inmates on a regular basis, right? So a person's going in there for theft, right? But they're suffering a lot of torture there, right, at the hands of inmates or at the hands of guards. So that's the thing that happens. And then they decide to kill themselves. So a person who's just stolen a piece of equipment, right, costs $10,000, doing 2 years or whatever the fuck the thing is, right? And they're like, I can't do 2 years here. This is too much. And they kill themselves. Is that okay?
No, I said in my opening statement, people who can, like prison, I see should be a rehabilitation. So like people who aren't serving life or are on death row, we should be protecting them from killing themselves. And also me personally, I don't think any non-violent crimes should serve in prison. I think they should have to Lactoid said, I don't know what his ideal system is, but I would see something where like basically you can't profit. So you basically like work almost for free. You have like just enough to like, I guess, eat and stuff, but you can't make any profits for like whatever that certain sentence would be. Yeah. That would be everything for non-violent crimes. Violent offenders, in my opinion, should be the only people in prison. So.
Okay. All right. Well, let's work with that. Lactoid, of the criminal mindset. Yeah. He does a violent crime. He assaults someone, gets in some sort of confrontation, and like Lactoid's a big guy, right? He likes to say that I'm a big guy. I'm not.
5'11".
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have a big guy mindset, in my opinion. Anyway, but he like uses his big guy strength, and he like ends up fucking the other guy up, right? Maybe he deserves it, maybe he didn't. I don't know, but he fucks him up.
He
But
deserved it. Okay.
but the courts see it as assault, and he serves prison time for it, right? Now, Lactoid isn't actually going to do it again, right? It was just a confrontation, and things got heated, and someone got fucked up. But he's not. He's like not a danger to society. But Lactoid is exposed to that the same prison environment that those other people are, right? The really bad ones, right? The career criminals. And he decides he can't take it. But he's a violent criminal. He's been convicted of a violent crime. Would it be okay if he took his life or someone like him took his life?
I still, as if he has a sentence where he's going to get out, I think we would have a duty to protect them from killing themselves. Probably.
Where's the line then? Give me the line.
Because like jail is so awful where like you could probably drive somebody to want to kill themselves, but outside of jail they might not want to. So if we're putting them in these situations, I mean they kind of put themselves in in that situation, but they are going to get out. So their lives are kind of the responsibility of the jail at that time. But like if you're going to be in there forever, then I feel like we should. I don't know. It's hard because it's like the people who fear death, I'd want to force them to stay there, and then the people who don't feel death, I'd want to be like, okay, you get the death penalty.
That's so
Like that's how
bizarre.
I feel.
Okay.
They're
So,
criminals.
okay.
They're pedophiles, rapists, and murderers.
I
These aren't like
understand
regular
bad
people. Like,
yeah.
They're not sending their best.
So like yeah, like the suffering component is really important for you. So like if the pedophile spends a year, because you said yourself, if I heard you correctly, like jail is so awful, so you can see how it can push someone to want to kill themselves, but you don't want them to kill themselves. But then it's like you don't want the horrific actors to get out of you want them to escape prison. So if the pedophile spends 5 years in jail, okay, and then kills himself, is that permissible for you?
well, I think we have a real big problem with how long pedophiles serve in the first place.
But like, so basically, do you just want do you want the maximal amount of suffering, as in like pretty much 5 years, 10 years, and then they can kill themselves, or they need to serve out their life sentence? Like if they whatever convicted at like 18, 19.
There is an episode of Star Trek. I'm surprising to anybody that I'm going to bring up Star Trek. I do that sometimes. And there's a Chief O'Brien. This is on DS9. Is accused of a crime, and so they can't really like give him the sentence that they want to give him because he's not part of their society. He has to get back on the ship and go. So what they do is they put his brain in a prison where he lives his entire life in this like brutal, like, you know, he has to break rocks every day and do all this other stuff. But his entire experience of living a life in that prison happened in like just like 10 seconds of time. So to him, it was an entire lifetime. But then when he finally dies of old age, the program ends and he wakes up. They've given him the appropriate amount of suffering.
Yeah.
That's not a bad
That's
idea.
what Ghosty wants. That's the world Ghosty wants.
Yeah. So like you that is your guiding principle. Like
Does
the
that
maximum
cost
amount of
us? That's the real
suffering
question.
for those horrific criminals. Like
Yeah, like maybe
the-
I could see like a time limit. Like maybe after you served like 30 years, then you can kill yourself or something like that. I don't know.
Jesus. Okay.
even cows. Yeah.
Well, I just don't see the purpose of prison as being
She's saying
punishment.
for the
so,
heinous
yeah.
crimes. I can get that.
Well, wait. What if you knew that they were going to hell?
Well, hold on. Y'all are looking at this all wrong.
Don't you trust God to like put them in wherever they're supposed to be?
No, fuck all that. Let me tell you what's going on. Y'all want the most.
Extra punishment.
It's not
Y'all
based
want
on
to sit
facts.
here.
Come on.
Echo, it's just based on
Listen,
faith.
you're sitting here going, we want the most suffering. You know who's suffering the most? Well, we have to wait 33 years for them to die.
Taxpayers.
Your
Listening to this whole
tax
panel.
dollars.
This is bullshit. I like the public execution thing. We can bring that back. Big fan of that. But this like wait 30 years for the author and stuff. No, let's just get it done tomorrow and like and save society that's suffering. And have to pay for these motherfuckers.
my feelings on this are complicated, right? Like Lactoid and Doobie have been here long, and Corey's been here definitely long enough as well. to hear my rant on this. Aiko, actually, fuck Aiko, you've heard them too. You've definitely heard this as well. My rant on
Before you say that, I just want you to work this into it, okay? We call our prison systems the Department of Corrections. That's all I want to say.
Fair enough. Okay. But you've heard me go on my rant about the 2008 financial crisis, the Great Recession, right?
Yeah,
You've
how
heard
no
me
one went to
say,
jail.
yeah, about the people who, in terms of damage, cause damage on a global scale, like
Right.
like all around the planet, devastation, lives destroyed economically, then also actually, because people commit suicide from that crisis, right? Um,
Right.
and those people, one, they just walked away altogether. But in a just society, there would be some sort of punishment, I think, right? And if the punishment fit the crime here, well, it can't because of the scale of the devastation that they wrought. But if we tried to, well, then it would look a lot more like Ghosty's recommendations, right? Like in terms of damage, right? Like an individual person who like has like assaulted someone, right? Like who was killed, or he was a mass shooter who killed 20 people, right? Goes to the mall, like kills 20 people, American style, right? Had he a rifle, one of the rifles that the Lactoid has, and manages to kill 20 people, right? Because Second Amendment. But that person does far less damage than what they did, right? It's globally, but just far less damage. So how do we balance those scales? So I hear Aiko, right? I have the opinion of that I do want people to get uh, rehabilitated, right?
Oh.
For them to be corrected, right? Yeah, the Department of Correction. I want people to be corrected. But also, it seemed I also want a level of retribution. I'm fine for a level of retribution, and that retribution seems unlimited for people who've done nearly unlimited amounts of damage, right? More damage than any other human can physically, with their hands, physically do in a lifetime. So, like, shouldn't they be punished? Shouldn't they suffer for what they did?
Yeah, but it's not about. Here's the thing: is you're not taught. Again, this has to do with like what we talked about with lactoid. That when you make a law, it's a shorthand, right? Because the implications of that law go far beyond whatever individual instance might have inspired that law to be created, right? And so when you create a system that's designed to punish, let's say the worst of the worst, right? Like in my heart of hearts, I want them to be punished too, like I do. I want them to have, and O'Brien's like torture device, but I acknowledge that if we set up a system for them, based on them, everybody else who lives in that system is going to live with that too. So I'll give you an example of who does it right. Is I think you guys all know about this, Norway, right? Norway has incredibly low recidivism because they treat their prisoners like extraordinarily well. It's more like a dorm than it is a prison, and their recidivism rate is really, really low. Some people are angry because Anders Breivik, who's that guy who killed like over 100 people. You guys remember who
Yeah,
that?
the kids.
He's in that prison system, which means he's not receiving the torture that Ghosty would like him to receive. However, it's not about him. If the system were just about him, I'd say fuck it, like put him in a dungeon. But the fact is that we're building a system for everybody who like falls foul of the law, and as a result, your society benefits tremendously when the recidivism rate drops as dramatically as it did in Norway. And yeah, there's the occasional asshole who Ghosty can't enjoy his suffering, but I think the benefit on the other side, which is all the normies that are going to prison and might turn to a life of crime if they were in an American style prison, because that's what it teaches you to do. Instead, they're in a system that can make them more productive, and when they leave, they never come back.
Well, hold on, but I don't believe I hear what you're saying, right? And there's wisdom in there, right? So I'm not completely pushing back. But within the judicial system, like built into it is the ability to
you can differentiate.
categorize, differentiate these individuals, right? And
I understand.
so like Ghosty was saying, well, this person's a mass murderer. Well, okay, the mass murderer, like, now that we've identified you, this person gets to suffer this amount, right? Through whatever thing that Ghosty can come up with, and she's
You know what that reminds me of?
Um,
That reminds me strangely of Bush v. Gore. Right. What happened was they tried to have an interpretation of the law that would only apply in this unique instance and could never be used as a precedent. And it specifically said you cannot use this as a precedent. We're differentiating. We're only using it for this unique circumstance in history. You cannot make this a precedent for anything else. Then after that, a ton of cases used it as a precedent. Like you can't that differentiation that you want to make a special law just for Anders Breivik that affects nobody else. First of all, it's wasteful.
Well, a
category. Yeah, sure. But the problem is, first of all, it's wasteful. It might be that other people fall into that category that you cannot foresee, right? And there's no real societal benefit outside of the Schadenfreude that you get from knowing that he's suffering.
I think retribution.
But you know what?
Is
the fact that he sees multiculturalism growing in Norway and he can't do anything about it because he's in this prison. That's pretty torturous to him.
No, fuck that. I know we're at the end, so I'll end this here. But like, I think there is and we can maybe debate this again some other time. I think there is a side of benefit to retribution, to knowing that punishment has been dealt. That like there was great. I don't know what they call this, but I'm just gonna use this phrase: psychic damage to the country.
Yes.
That no one's went to jail for the great crime that was the Great Recession, right? Like people talked about this was a political discussion all the time. No one went to jail. Obama, the failure, did nothing to try to rectify it.
But I agree with you. These people should be going to jail.
And I know you agree, but I'm just saying that like. Society felt there was a loss, that they lost something, right? That injustice was done and that it was never corrected. But like, so like having them punished in some way, at the very least, some sort of retribution. And they weren't thinking about like, hey, these people, they need to be corrected. And so like, when they get out, they'll know not to do this. No, the people wanted them to suffer for the suffering that they caused across the country, right? Now, they may not be like, the ghosty inner torture rooms, right? But at the very least, they wanted them to have some sort of punishment. And they felt like the country failed them. And the country was worse off with this loss, this psychic damage having been done. So yeah, I think there is a some sort of I don't know the words. I don't give these types of words, but there's some sort of healing moments. I don't know that happens when we know that justice has been done.
Collective healing or whatever.
Catharsis.
Catharsis.
I agree, but there is some catharsis in like seeing wrongdoers punished. Although I would argue that class of people live a lifestyle that's so high that even putting them in a Norwegian prison would be, they would consider their lives over.
Yeah, I don't care. I want them to suffer more than that. Fuck that.
Whatever.
You know me. All
I
right.
thought it was Ghosty.
Well, a special law will send those particular people to Ghosty, and she can just like handle whatever happens to them.
So we'll,
our house is big enough to accommodate them all, so we can,
They'll never find them in there. They'll never find them in Ghosty's house.
I live in a 2-bedroom apartment. Okay, just want to clear this up.
For sure.
Look at that internal. Like, what is that? A dumbwaiter behind you? Like that looks like.
Wait, what? Oh, back here. It's a window.
A window into another house. It looks like it just keeps going.
This is her guest house. That's what she's selling us. Sorry, but you don't say last.
This is the carriage house.
Aiko. So Anders Breivik killed 77 people.
Yeah.
And he injured 319.
Yeah.
And he was sentenced to 21 years.
He'll be in life for prison. The way their system works, he'll never get out.
And they were kids. A lot of them are kids.
Yeah, he is suing multiple times. So he's already won several lawsuits. In which, like, he said they were being too mean to him, I guess, by not giving him an Xbox or whatever the fuck.
Norwegian prisons.
The torture, the violation of human rights is incredible. But I don't know, the idea that we're ever going to declare this person to like be like, you know, fully rehabilitated.
He
I
won't
think
be.
is
He's
Well,
no.
yeah,
He will
it's
never get
it's
out.
right. It's a farce, and so I'm fully on board with the idea of like, you know, you do XYZ crime, you're never getting out. Like it's
Yeah.
just
Hey, hold on, why are
you're
we never
done.
getting out? No. Why are we doing never getting out? Like, why do we want? Okay, you've
Now
done
Deb
XYZ
feels
crime.
bad. He empathizes with Andrew.
No,
Hey, shot Reagan
this is
50 years
bullshit.
ago, he's out.
This is bullshit. Listen,
We've seen the
He's a
line.
streamer. He's a streamer too. The guy who shot Reagan, he's a streamer.
I just sitting here going, I'm hearing what y'all are saying, and like y'all, I get the punishment idea.
You
Cool,
want to shout
make
about?
them, but like, how are we gonna sit here and go, hey, we've done XYZ crime, it's so heinous, we're gonna lock you up, and now the taxpayers are gonna pay for you to keep living in perpetuity. Like,
Well,
what is the logic there? How does that help anybody?
yeah, so I kind of argument
That's not
that
helping anybody.
It's not
Nobody's
about
getting helped there.
specifically.
Oh, I
the
told you
heinous-
how it helps.
Yeah.
I told you they've the
Yeah, it's
lowest.
not about
Wait,
problem
you know what
is
helps?
specifically about
Let me
the
tell you what's
heinous.
cathartic. Maybe we
overall
give like one of
outcome.
the victim's kids the option to shoot the guy in the back of the head. Like, you know, we just give it. That would be cathartic. Like, I think that guy doesn't need to exist anymore.
Well,
Like,
that's
he's
another
a-
thing too. It's
he's a
asking the
terrible
victim
bad day.
families.
Solution I have. If we're going to have the system that we have now, right? I'm going to say, fine, you can kill people, but you tell the jury that if it turns out it was the wrong guy, then now you're going on trial. I wouldn't say murder necessarily. We'll call it manslaughter. That whole jury gets charged with manslaughter if it turns out. If you did that, no one would
That's
ever.
Should be the
No,
lawyer.
can't
That's
do that.
ridiculous.
Hey,
Yeah.
Gibbs.
Yeah.
Let me reason you through a second. Let's say an alternate reality where
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
because I agree with you, taxes are a concern here, which is why one of the reasons why I don't like to see the death penalty because of how expensive it is. It's more expensive than life in
It's
prison,
ridiculous.
actually. But what we could do is, let's say that exception. There's a 13th Amendment has a very specific exception, which allows for slavery for the punishment of a crime. Right, very specific. And as a based originalist, I believe that the prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment should be interpreted as to what would be seen as cruel and unusual at the time of the founding. So we could absolutely like have chain gangs on the side of the road of these murderers and pedophiles and stuff, like building the roads, building our infrastructure. We could replace all public workers with just like rapists on chain gangs, with like shot callers, where if they like stop working, then we zap them.
Suicide
And,
Squad
like that's
powers.
just like that's just their life now until they die. We can get so much money out of this. I'm dead serious. We can get a lot of money, and there's a deterrent. There's a deterrent effect because every time you drive by the highway, you see these like frantically working pedophiles like getting zapped whenever they
Yeah,
get it.
well, you know, in that case,
right?
why don't
Like,
we just go?
Why
Why don't we just go? Hold on. No, hold on. You know
just
what?
lied to the dream
I
number.
actually am okay with that. Except let's go one step further and let's just go full 40K and make them like servitors, where they're just like brain dead automatons. You've given up your rights to society, and now you're just a computer program in a human shell to do whatever.
Well,
how about we just do that? Like,
robots
at that
and kill
point?
the people. I mean,
Yeah, we don't like. They don't like. Then we can just make use of the bodies. And we don't even
all
need
I
their
know
minds.
is Gibbs doesn't want anyone to suffer. That's all I'm seeing, which is an amazing thing.
I don't want one thing to suffer. My wallet. That's what I don't want to suffer.
I think if we go and we can end it after this. I think if we go with Lacto's idea, that's interesting, right? But it would go
An
farther
episode
than
of
that.
Black Mirror.
It would actually go much, much, much farther than Lactoid just said, right? Because during that time, we had chattel slavery, and the methods they would use to control the population there was the most brutal torture, right? So basically, if we're saying what was commonplace during the founding of the United States, well, that opens up the floodgates. There is like no end to that, what you could do to a person, because there was no end what they could do to black people at the time. And it was, yeah, that was reasonable. So
it's my least favorite amendment, frankly.
Which one?
The one prohibiting cruel and unusual punishment.
Oh, I wasn't sure. I didn't.
What? I'm dead serious.
I thought it was
it's
like
it's like
slavery.
we're gonna put we're gonna like seriously, we're gonna have like an amendment where like we like intentionally like handicap ourselves, where we gotta treat like we're weenies. We gotta treat these like horrible people with like kid gloves. Oh, we can't leave them in a cage too long because they might get lonely. This person raped 18 people. I know.
I
What?
thought-
Pope's pear.
This
I
is
thought
this
you
is
meant-
where we're at now.
Give him the
I-
Pope's pear. That's what he needs.
I thought you meant. Oh my god! Oh my god! I don't look that up. Don't look up what he just said. Please don't do that to yourself.
I'm doing it now.
But don't do it. You don't want to find out.
It's-
Anyway,
That's what we should
I'm
do
not-
to
I'm not-
all
I'm
the
not doing it on
news
stream.
Look up the thing I
I-
just
Don't do it on
sent you.
stream.
no, that's fine. Anyway, yeah, I thought you might have meant like the one, banning slavery. I was unsure. That's why.
No,
I
I'm
asked.
fine with that one. That one's
Okay.
pretty good.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I like
All right,
that
we can end the stream here. Let's hope. Oh God. Thanks all for being here. This has been a lot. Guys, follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe if you're on YouTube or if you're on Twitch. Consider helping us out. We only got one sub today. Consider helping us out if you haven't done so yet. We do need your help. New month and it's cheaper, so consider helping out the channel, please. We do need your help. We can't do this without you. Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs to help keep this channel afloat, so I can do this. You need your help. Okay. Let's go. We're gonna go around and thank all these amazing individuals who shared their time. Lactoid, thank you for coming. This was another great conversation. Honestly, Lactoid, this is a banger week. And it wouldn't be so great if we didn't have you, to spar with, to contend with. So I appreciate you, friend.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you having me on. I just wanted to just say two quick things. The dude who killed his kids, if you look him up, his kids look pretty normal, but he actually does kind of look like a lizard, which I think is kind of interesting, right? Like, sometimes people are I think a spirit animal, right? Where it's like you look at them and like, oh, that person looks like a turtle, or that person looks like a bird. For me, I think it's a dog. I think that that's my spirit animal. But this person is absolutely a lizard. So I think that's interesting. I also want to say that the 13th Amendment is fantastic. It's actually one of the based amendments. I'm cool with it. I seriously. So just want to make sure that's absolutely clear.
As based as prohibition.
Innocent people should not be slaves. Innocent people should not be slaves. Okay. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
He's so much fun. Let's go to our friend Ghosty, right?
Yes.
We finally have an idea of what her tender mercies look like.
I didn't know it would be so controversial. Like, I don't know, like fuck violent criminals and pedophiles and all that. Like, I just think I think a lot of criminals, this is one other thing I want to bring up. I'll just end it on this. A lot of times when these criminals, they try to, like, serial killers and stuff, they want to make a name for themselves, mass shooters. I don't think we should ever release their names in the media. We shouldn't tell people, we should tell people a crime happened, and the families can know their names, and if word spreads, whatever. But we shouldn't be putting their name out there on social media, on the news and everything. They get off on this, and lots of times they go to jail, they find God, and then they do all these, documentaries and these jail phone call interviews, and they get Netflix things like Chris Watts and all this. It's sickening to me. It's disgusting. I don't want these people to enjoy the rest of their lives, and that's how I feel. And yeah,
what about the ones that have to knock on doors and say, "I'm a sex offender. I live near you"? Like those public lists of names.
Well, yeah,
Do you want that?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, their names should be out there. But the people who do school shootings and stuff, lots of them just get off on having their names out there, like the Columbine shooters and stuff like that. I don't think we should release their names. Obviously, sex offenders, we should know who those people are. But yeah, I think the whole jail system just needs to be reformed. All of it, the whole criminal justice system and jail system probably
More
needs
suffering, more
a
burn
big
pits.
reform.
More burn pits.
Also less suffering too, because I think there's a lot of unnecessary suffering that goes into the jail system for nonviolent offenders and people who are drug addicts or just even some gang violence stuff. I think there's a lot of reform that needs to be done in the whole system, and mental health in general, which is also tied into this case. So yeah, thanks for having me. Ghosty, spelled with a 6, and I'm on YouTube.
Ghosty, thank you for sharing all of that, friend. Okay, yeah, we'll I'm just gonna leave this alone. Thank you so much, Ghosty. We're gonna move past it. I don't want to get on our list, right? Corey.
You don't know what's on the other side of that
Of the window.
waiter.
It might be the window to hell over there. Actually, it's an expansive house, right? Room for all kinds of things in there. Thank you, Corey, for being here. This is a lot of fun. I like it when people say things that make you go, all right. I like your reactions. Your reactions are very strong, right? And then when you jump in and try to spar with them, it's a lot of fun. So thanks for being here, friend.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely was not expecting someone's guiding principle to be like maximum suffering. I did not peg Ghosty's guiding principle. Yeah, I want maximum suffering.
She looks so sweet.
Who did you peg as that? Who did you peg as the max suffering person?
Well, I checked. They don't peg anyone yet, but I guess you. But yeah, as always, this is great and super appreciated to be here. And also super entertaining to see. I think this is again like background number 12 for Ghosty. And given that, I think we've established now that she takes requests. Given what we've learned today, I'm requesting like next week we see the torture chamber that she clearly has somewhere in her house. Of the non-sexual variety.
Oh God!
Well, I was just gonna ask, what happens if the prisoner likes it?
Yeah. Well, that's next week's topic. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch I'd be Corey Campbell 84. Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. Doobie, Ali, iCow, Rich, Gibbs, Ghosty, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
I think there's a certain cohort who will like the Pope pair for a little bit, until they don't like the Pope pair, because in the end, everyone hates the Pope.
Nobody
pair.
likes the Pope.
No one likes the Pope pair. Let's go to our friend Admiral Gibbs. Don't look it up.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, friend.
Thanks for having me. These are always fun. I enjoy them every week. I just want to remind everybody that a round of 9mm hollow points steel jackets are $21 for right now for 10 of them. So $2. We don't have to worry about if they like it too much or feeding them or anything else. Solves the problem every time. Maybe spend $4 and do double tap. I don't know. But yeah, regardless, that's kind of where I'm at. If you like what I have to say, Admiral Gibbs everywhere. Oh, Lactoid is a terrible promoter, by the way. What is happening tomorrow, Lactoid?
Look, I was saving it for you, Gibbs.
Oh, well, anyways, the whoopings are going down tomorrow. The whoopings are going down tomorrow. You're going to get to see Papa Gibbs and Papa Lactoid and somebody I don't know, Hand, Destiny, whooping. It's going to be a good time. So check it out. We're going to be on, I don't know, Kick, I believe, is what I think we'll be on.
What are you guys
Anything
debating?
but Twitch.
Good times.
Not
Yes,
Twitch.
Yeah.
What are you debating?
yeah,
Court packing.
What packing? Okay, fair enough. Okay. Oh yeah, and I'm definitely pro court packing. So
Lactoid, if you're
Destiny-
streaming that,
Destiny,
just real quick.
is Destiny pro court packing?
You'll have to tune in and see.
Okay.
But we're gonna get some. Probably gonna get some.
Wait.
Disappointing arguments from him, I'm sure.
Wait for Gibbs.
His position on this.
Gibbs and Lactoid, you cannot stream that on Twitch.
I know. Yeah.
Oh,
You
okay,
can't stream on Twitch.
because you said it was going
he
to be
said
on
everything
Twitch.
but Twitch.
No, I said everything but
Oh,
Twitch. Everything
okay,
but
sorry,
Twitch.
sorry.
Yeah, everything but
Everything
Twitch,
but the kitchen sink.
Yeah, I wanted to give you
Yeah.
guys that heads up.
My
just in
headset
case.
cut out there. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
Don't worry. Yeah, we know. But Aiko, thanks for coming through. This is a lot of fun. I love it when you
Yeah.
participate, Aiko. When you
What?
have so much to say about things, so I like it when you
Yeah.
do that. So thanks, friend.
You say that like sometimes I don't participate. But
Yeah. Funny
yeah.
that.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. Hold on. You know what? I hear that from you, right? But I feel like Corey is even worse offender on that, and you never give him shit for it. So I don't know, I don't know how that goes. Yeah.
Corey is
Mm.
wonderful and beautiful.
I'm the second nicest person on this panel, right? I can only ever be the second nicest person. Because you always have Corey.
I think Corey participates like in general more than you do. I think he does. I'd say so.
You know, I've always had an idea. You know how it doesn't happen here, but you know how on the Discord, when you're doing Discord video, you know how the frame lights up on the outside whenever you're speaking? There's got to be some program that measures that so we can see total talk time for each person. It'd be super interesting.
I could just game that and just have some like white noise in my background. I'll win my day.
fair enough.
Yeah, well, the way to fix that is to mute people when they're not talking.
Okay, that seems
But I'm
like
just
a
saying no.
lot.
But the goal. Yeah. So I'm just saying. I think mine lights up more than Corey's. That's all I'm saying. All right.
That's because you
Maybe
have mic issues.
Corey, you and I have beef now.
I go when you have both your mics on. Does it count for double the time?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, at least I wasn't the only one today, right? Ali
Yeah,
has
there
joined
you
the
go.
club. Yeah.
Ali, thank you so much for being here. I didn't get to hear much for you, but I guess you were busy, honestly, because you've been moving. I'm glad you safely managed to get from wherever you were to wherever you are now. Yeah, thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm from Michigan to Massachusetts, so I'll be out here for a while. I am exhausted. That drive was fucking long. But yeah, thanks for having me. I didn't want to miss the panel, wouldn't miss it, and I'll be more energetic next week.
Wait,
So,
hold on. What state are you voting in this year?
but I'll be voting in Michigan. I gotta go back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Ollie,
Swing
we gotta have
state.
we gotta have a
Yeah,
conversation.
I didn't want to lose your vote.
Yeah. And recognize that Kamala supports the genocide. So keep that in mind.
Listen, man,
let's-
I had a debate with that on Wix, but we can talk about that after Doobie.
Okay. Doobie, friend, love you. I wish we had heard more from you, Doobie. Because I actually really want to hear your thoughts on everything, really. From
Yeah,
you. I
no,
appreciate
Yeah, that was. I got pulled into some nonsense for a bit. I had to threaten a pedophile guy. Actually, while I'm here, I might as well say it. There's a guy who's pretty active on Discord called Xerxes. Pretty active in like great debate communities, like God versus atheism communities. Yeah, we caught him. Turns out he was grooming a minor for a couple years. Ironically, that ended a few days after she turned 18. And yeah,
Damn.
I had to deal with that for a bit. But just FYI, if you see the guy around, Xerxes, now he was an atheist at the time. Now he's a Catholic again. So congratulations. But yeah, if you see that guy around,
We don't want to.
Damn, Michael.
that guy.
I don't.
We don't want to
Kind
bet.
of par for the
Okay.
course. Seems kind of par for the course.
Thank you, Doobie, for
I'm
handling that.
excommunicating him. Okay, personal
Thank you, Doobie, for handling
giving
that.
myself that.
Much appreciated. That does sound important indeed. But yeah, we appreciate you being here, friend. Do you want to say anything to the community?
Fuck you guys. But also I run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the platform. I think we're just under 90,000 people now, so that's cool. But yeah, that's super fun.
I've never seen it not full of people.
What was it? I just wait for Doobie in chat for the politics Discord server. Okay, so that's it. Ghostie's getting tired. She's got a long day of torturing people.
She's got some.
She's got to be fresh faced for all the terrible things she's gonna do to people tomorrow. So which way, we'll end it there. Thanks everyone for coming through. I'll send you off to, even though he's probably going to sign off immediately, right? Just because we want to support him for tomorrow, I want to send you off to Lactoid, right? Everyone sign up for Lactoid's community. I've been in Lactoid server.
That is an endorsement of everything Lactoid stands for.
Correct. Thank you, Brian, for eventually, like, you finally came around.
I think he's great.
It's those negotiating tactics.
I think Lactoid's fantastic. I sign off on